Thank you. Welcome to the second hearing of the inquiry into the privatisation of bus services. Before I commence, I'd like to acknowledge that we are meeting on the lands of the Gadigal people of the Eora Nation, who are the traditional custodians of these lands, and I pay my respects to elders past, present and emerging, and celebrate the diversity of Aboriginal peoples and their ongoing cultures and connections to the lands and waters of New South Wales. I also acknowledge and pay my respects to any Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islanders joining us today and anyone who may be participating on the webcast. Today we'll be hearing from a range of stakeholders, including community and advocacy bodies, Inner West Council, members of Parliament for Newcastle, Charlestown and Swansea, and also representatives from Transport for New South Wales and the State Transit Authority. I will just thank everyone for making the time to give evidence to this important inquiry. While we may have many witnesses with us in person, some will be appearing via video conference today, and I'd ask for everyone's patience through any technical difficulties that we may encounter. If participants lose their internet connection and are disconnected from the hearing, they're asked to rejoin the hearing by using the same link as provided by the committee secretariat. Before we commence, I'd like to make some brief comments about the procedures for today's hearing. Today's hearing is being broadcast live via the Parliament's website. The proceedings are also being recorded, and a transcript will be placed on the committee's website once it becomes available. In accordance with the broadcasting guidelines, media representatives are reminded that they must take responsibility for what they publish about the committee's proceedings. While parliamentary privilege applies to witnesses giving evidence today, it does not apply to what witnesses say outside of their evidence at the hearing. I therefore urge witnesses to be careful about comments you may make to the media or to others after you complete your evidence. Committee hearings are not intended to provide a forum for people to make adverse reflections about others under the protection of parliamentary privilege. In that regard, it's important that witnesses focus on the issues raised by the inquiry terms of reference and avoid naming individuals unnecessarily. All witnesses have a right to procedural fairness according to the procedural fairness resolution adopted by the House in 2018. If witnesses are unable to answer a question today and want more time to respond, they can take a question on notice. Written answers to questions taken on notice are to be provided within 21 days. In terms of the audibility of the hearing today, I remind both committee members and witnesses to speak into the microphone. Finally, could everyone please turn their mobile phones to silent for the duration of the hearing? So with those introductory remarks out of the way, I now welcome our first witnesses. Could I please ask each of you, starting with you, Ms. Stone, to state your name and position title and then swear either the oath or the affirmation?
Hayley Stone, and I'm Policy Manager at the Physical Disability Council of New South Wales. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Ms. Ovens.
Serena Ovens, the CEO of the Physical Disability Council of New South Wales, and I too solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. And Ms. Walton.
My name is Juliana Walton. I'm the convener of Action for Public Transport New South Wales, and I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Fantastic. Now, would you like to make a short opening statement? I'll start with you, Ms. Stone.
Firstly, I'd like to acknowledge that I'm here on the lands of the Gadigal people of the Eora Nation and pay my respects to elders past, present and continuing. I'm here today with my CEO, Ms. Serena Ovens, and I'd like to thank the committee for giving us the opportunity to contribute to this inquiry. The Physical Disability Council of New South Wales is the peak body representing people with physical disabilities across the state. This includes people with a range of physical disability issues, from young children and their representatives to aged people from a wide range of socioeconomic circumstances who live in metropolitan, rural and regional areas of New South Wales. Our core function is to influence and advocate for the achievement of systemic change to ensure that the rights of all people with physical disability are improved and upheld. Public transport is an essential public infrastructure for our members. For some, it is their primary mode of transport. and it is imperative to enabling social inclusion both as citizens and members of the community. Accessible transport options are vital to realising employment and education, to being able to travel for recreation, to access services such as healthcare, and to connect people with disabilities with their families and friends. Accessible public transport is a key systemic focus area for our organisation. PDCN represents the interests of our members on the Transport for New South Wales Accessible Transport Advisory Committee and has done so for several years. We've contributed to several reviews of the National Disability Standards for accessible public transport and more recently provided a submission to the Royal Commission into Violence, Abuse, Neglect and Exploitation of People with Disability on this topic. We are here today to ask that the committee carefully consider the impact of privatisation on metropolitan bus services. Our interest is to ensure that the privatisation of metropolitan bus contracts does not impact on the broad accessibility of bus services currently provided under Transport New South Wales' statutory commitment to disability inclusion. The progresses that we have seen in the movement towards greater public transport accessibility have been incremental and hard-won. If progress is lost, there is realistically little that can be done to gain back these losses under our current anti-discrimination law framework. It is vitally important that any private contractors that seek to enter the network can demonstrate compliance with the disability standards for accessible public transport at a minimum as a prerequisite for consideration in the awarding of contracts. This is necessary as we have seen private contractors in other public transport contexts seek rolling exemptions on meeting the standards, resulting in decades or more of non-compliance. It is also important that the committee recognises that accessibility in the context of the provision of public transport relates not only to the physical accessibility of buses and bus stops, but also to the provision of assistive technology resources, accessible information, employment opportunities, concessions, consistency of bus routes, and the training of staff. We stress the importance of ensuring that there are rigorous frameworks that hold private providers to matching current levels of bus accessibility and safeguards to ensure that people with physical disabilities can expect equal or greater levels of accessibility for any privately operated bus services across the state. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms Walton.
I'll first of all declare that I am a former director of the State Transit Authority back in the 1990s. And I'll remind those of us who were following this issue back in 2003 when the Unsworth inquiry reported of a submission that was made by the Shore Rock Group, which is the Northern Suburbs Regional Organisation of Councils. And they said, Sydney buses run services that cross Forest Coach Line's contract area, but they are not able to pick up passengers in this area and vice versa. This ultimately results in reduced service for passengers. Now that's what we would say were the bad old days, and we don't think it's in anybody's interests for us to return to that kind of dysfunctional bus system. So the gist of our submission is that when the Minister announced the privatisation of the remaining STA contract areas, he asserted that private ownership would, in and of itself, improve bus services. Now, any bus traveller at the time could have told you from their lived experience that bus services in the STA areas were much better than in the areas not covered by the STA. If they lived in the area formerly covered by the private North and Western bus line, which was acquired by the State Transit Authority in 1999, they would tell you that the services got much better, not worse, after the State Transit Authority took them over. So it was pretty strange to hear that the way to make bus services better was going to be to forbid the State Transit Authority to bid for contracts and to eventually dismantle it. The evidence now is mounting that delivery by private operators did not achieve in real life what the Minister said he was aiming to achieve. The evidence from bus users is that services have deteriorated in the areas previously served by the State Transit Authority. You've heard a lot about what happened in the eastern Sydney area, but we've also got some examples of dysfunctional practices appearing now in the former Region 7, which was the Ride Bus depot area, and Region 6, the Leichhardt depot area. We'd like to particularly highlight what happened to cross-regional routes, which were able to be run when the STA had 14 service contracts in Sydney. That was in 2003, spanning from Palm Beach to Miranda, north to south, and Bondi to Parramatta, east to west. That led to wonderful cross-regional routes like the 400 and the M50, which went from Drummoyne through to Coogee. And you'll know what those buses were because they were the M series and they were red. So we're talking about the red cross-regional bus services. So what was happening before was that the State Transit Authority, covering that large area, was in fact operating as 4 business units. And it could and did share depots. And it could and did borrow one another's staff when it needed to. It was possible for a bus to start off at one depot and then go to sleep in a depot somewhere else. But that becomes much more difficult when you have these, we call it balkanised contract areas. And I think you'll find that that's what happens. I mean, we're now focusing on perhaps a little on the inner city, but you'll find that the flexibility was lost and the cross-regionals were lost along with it. It gets complicated when you're trying to negotiate and coordinate multiple operators, and we've seen the result. The next thing we'd like to talk about is the service cuts. And it appears that the contract regime that we've got in place allows operators to cut contracted services if they can get Transport for New South Wales to agree on the basis of a business case. Now, a business case doesn't typically take into account the very thing that the Physical Disability Council was just mentioning, the question of social inclusion. Social inclusion is not a factor in any cost-benefit analysis. And if by business case is meant cost-benefit analysis, then we're in real trouble. We'll see a slide in services and a slide back to the bad old days. So, what do we want? Well, bus services need to be integrated with each other and with other modes to form an integrated public transport system. A better term perhaps is an integrated public transport network, and the best resource on the subject is this book by Paul Meese, which I'm happy to circulate, and the committee might already have. And it talks about the need for a dense coverage in a pattern that is broadly a grid. And if you have a pattern that is broadly a grid, you increase the ability of people using the system to get from any point to any other point on the system. And that's what was beginning to happen under the original 2003 reforms. If anybody remembers what was on the side of the red buses, it was a grid. And that grid was a pictogram meant to describe the fact that that was the basic network planning principle that was being applied. And now it's gone. We've got too many black holes in the system where people are not being serviced, and we've got too many missing links, and of course we haven't got enough bus stops. And first and foremost, we don't have sufficiently frequent services. If passengers have to change vehicles, then the services on both of the services, the one they're leaving and the one they're joining, have to run at very high frequencies, by which I mean turn up and go frequencies, which is exactly what the state government has said and has acknowledged is needed in its Greater Sydney Future Transport 2056 documents. So what's happening is that those bus improvements are lagging, and it seems that focus has been lost and been diverted to this question of privatising these services. And it would be good if the committee could find out why the improvements are not happening. They're not happening not just in the area that has to do with privatisation right now, but they're not happening in the areas outside Sydney, a place like Shell Harbour, a place like Picton, where you'll find that the services are still reflecting the very bad old days where they wander around like drunken sailors, trying to pick up, trying to say that they are servicing every street, but really what they're doing is just going around in circles until they finally get to the destination, and that is a massive turn-off for passengers. So New South Wales, in New South Wales, we've got very strong lobby groups for the private operators. You've heard from one of them, and then the Tourism and Transport Task Force is another, often not recognised as such, but that's what it is. And those groups are given the status of stakeholders, as are the individual operators. They make sure they're well connected, they're not prohibited donors, they fund sections of academia, and their interests and passenger interests do not necessarily align. Passengers, on the other hand, have very little input. We're kept out of service planning. We don't have any input or visibility into what's in the contract requirements. And we would like a formal mechanism to overcome that if possible. And just to conclude, Transport for New South Wales says that it is committed to always put the customer at the centre of everything we do. And that's all we ask. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. I just want to ask a couple of questions before I hand over to the opposition. Ms. Walton, we heard a little bit yesterday about the difficulties with these regions being operated by different operators and what seems to be now the default of the short trip over the, as you said, the kind of cross-regional trip. Is your understanding that that is because that those contracts limit where a bus operator can go? So can they only pick up and drop off in their own zone?
Do you know what? I can't read the contract to find out.
Okay.
But in practice, because you've got to get back to your depot by a particular time and you've only got the one depot now in each of the areas,
right.
It may be just ingrained in the system or it may be in the contract. I think that's something that the committee is in a position to find out.
Thank you. So there's one depot for each area, and is that depot, do you know if it's owned by the operator or is it just operated by the operator?
There have always been, because most of the bus system has been private for many a year, there have always been some purely private depots owned by the private operators. The State Transit Authority had its own depots, and my understanding is that the incoming operator gets a lease on that depot. Thank the Lord that they don't actually get to own the land, as that was a big mistake made, I think, in Victoria, because if the company goes belly up, gets itself into financial trouble, then the assets can be sold and you can't ever buy back the depot space.
Yep.
So we did learn something.
Okay, so another question for us to ask the government is why they're not allowing then that sort of the ability for bus drivers from one zone to then, I guess, use the depot for these depots to be shared. Or are you aware of if
it's more a question of if that's the case. There's nothing in theory to stop them reaching an arrangement, but in practice it's just hard. And one thing that Paul Meese pointed out in his book is that what nearly happened to the Olympics was that the bus system nearly fell over and we couldn't service the Olympics. And that's because it was thought that the private operators could get it all together and run the bus services for the Olympics. But as he says, and I know this to be true because I was on the State Transit Board at the time, the majority of the bus services were provided by Bus 2000, a national consortium of private operators overseen by the Bus and Coach Association of New South Wales, and they made a big deal of saying, we can do it, private's better, 4 legs good, 2 legs bad, or the other way around. Shortly before the games commenced, it became apparent that a debacle was imminent. The logistical difficulties of rostering and scheduling such a large operation, and even parking buses in overcrowded depots, were beyond the private industry. At the last minute, the Games Organising Committee contacted Sydney's public bus operator, the State Transit Authority, for assistance. STA sent a team of managers, supervisors, inspectors and dispatchers to take charge of operations. Disaster was averted and the Games went ahead to international acclaim. But the free market advocates in the Treasury and elsewhere resumed their campaign to privatise the allegedly inefficient State Transit Authority.
Thank you. So if I could ask you, Ms Stone, in your opening statement you talked about the different types of accessibility that we're looking for in a transport system. And you mentioned obviously physical disability access, but also employment opportunities, access to timetables in an accessible way, the consistency of bus routes and schedules. One of the things we heard yesterday is also the difficulties people are facing with multiple short trips. And that sort of, having to get on and off of a bus at different places and often travel quite a distance to connect, whether it's to another bus or to a light rail or to whatever. Is that included, that concept, I guess, is that included within the disability accessibility standards for transport? Or is that something that's not quite covered, and should it be, I guess?
More around whole of journey than what's in the disability accessible standards for transport. Excuse me. It is vitally important because, as you are aware, if someone has a physical disability, particularly if it's a mobility-related one, then the more times they need to get on and off or change modes of transport, be it public transport or that last mile scenario, it makes it much more difficult for anyone to access. It's also then increased if some of those modes are privatised and they have less access than another mode of transport. So we want to be absolutely sure that when we're looking at privatising the rest of the bus services, and to be honest, buses in terms of public transport are the most accessible for people with disability. Relatively speaking, we're starting to see new modes in terms of the metro trains and light rail that are designed more appropriately. But losing or watching that go backwards with privatisation if they don't have to meet the same standards, or if they're allowed to change routes, drop off stops, make greater distances, becomes more of an issue for us.
So those accessibility, I'm trying to grasp at the at what they're called, the standards that were agreed nationally.
Yes.
Do they only apply to government operated, or do they also apply to these privatised services?
They should apply to everybody equally. It's not always the case. It's also, unfortunately, the fact that we are years behind in terms of the accessibility requirements of the disability accessible transport standards as well. And the biggest issue that we have is non-compliance is very, very difficult to deal with. So the Human Rights Commission can address non-compliance, but actually the ability for them to then enforce the requirement for contractors, etc., to comply is limited, incredibly limited.
So when it comes to buses, because I understand that under those standards, so they were agreed in 2002, there was 2 deadlines. There was the 2022 deadline for most modes of transport, and then 2032 for others.
Was technically 2018 initially.
Oh, really? Okay.
It's been pushed out to 2032. So an additional
they've had 20 years to prepare. And 2022 was for buses, or was that the 20? No, so that is within the 2022 deadline.
It's mostly rail and some of the infrastructure, such as stops and access to stops for buses that is greater than 2022 and moving to 2032.
Okay, so when you say that New South Wales is then behind, I understand I've asked a couple of ministers in budget estimates about this, and they've said, "Oh, we're no more behind than everyone else. We're all behind," which I don't personally take as much of an excuse. But
excuse if you're a person with disability and you can't get onto your local railway station or your bus for the next 10 years, and you either have to travel further every day or travel on a far more expensive mode of transport in order to get to your job or to your work or to your social activity, if at all.
Well said. So do we know then, in terms of how much, how far the government has to go to meet the deadline this year?
Well, the most recent reports around bus accessibility in particular is that we have met 88% of buses are wheelchair accessible in the metropolitan area. So we do have a bit of a way to go. Not all services offer the wheelchair accessible, and so people are in a position where they have to, be very careful about which transport they choose, but we're not very far behind.
And so that's one aspect. What about all of the other sort of requirements, I guess, for accessibility of buses? Is there any, I guess, do we have any visibility over the work that's left to be done on that?
So there is limited visibility. They do and are supposed to report, and we've seen reports. The issue is that they get exemptions. So rolling exemptions happen 5 years after 5 years after 5 years across public transport infrastructure when they don't meet those deadlines.
Who grants those exemptions?
The Human Rights Commission.
Right. Okay. And is there ever any, I guess, pushback from the Commission?
Yes, by organisations like ourselves. So we are able to contribute and provide submissions as to why we don't support the exemptions. However, it does often come down to a case where really if an entity isn't compliant, what choice really does the Human Rights Commission have but to grant an exemption? It sort of is it's a catch-22 here. So oftentimes, although what we say is persuasive and the entities are required to respond to what we say and they make representations about how they will address our concerns, ultimately I don't think that the Human Rights Commission is in much of a position to really do anything in regards to non-compliance.
Are some of the operators of the bus zones in New South Wales better at this than others? Do you know? Are there sort of repeat offenders, or are they?
I don't know specifically of any repeat offenders. As part of my research for this, I actually did have a look and see if there were complaints that had been made by the Human Rights Commission in relation to private bus contractors. There weren't any that really were particularly recent. That's not to say that there aren't issues with those providers, because many times people with disability don't actually make complaints because the complaints process is quite arduous. And
usually results in bugger all in terms of changing the system.
So, and my final question before I hand over to the opposition. So if you had a complaint about the operation of a bus service in your area that was run by a private company, is your only, I guess, resort to go and complain to the Human Rights Commission? Or is there...
you would have to step through. So you would initially take your complaint to the actual company itself. If that wasn't heard, then you would follow a process of taking it further, with the Human Rights Commission being the ultimate place to go.
And is Transport for New South Wales involved in that process? Are they one of the steps?
I actually couldn't confirm whether if it's a privatised bus service that you could complain to Transport for New South Wales. I'm unaware of whether that's part of that process.
Okay, we might need to find that out. So I guess finally it would be easier, wouldn't it, if the New South Wales government and Transport for New South Wales took responsibility for ensuring that those private operators made sure they complied with the accessibility standards.
And we would expect that that was part of any contract, that they were meeting at the very least exactly the same as any state transit scenario would need to, and preferably we would like everyone to be above and meeting the DSAP requirements at the National Disability Standards for Transport, and more than if at all possible.
Yeah, thank you. We'll look into that.
Chair, if I could just make one more comment, just picking up on your comments around the disability standards and how we talked about things like employment and such forth. I guess it's important to highlight that Transport for New South Wales is bound obviously by the standards, but also by its Disability Inclusion Action Plan. And so there is a whole framework of rights for people with disability that's embedded in Transport for New South Wales, which we wouldn't necessarily get under private management of these transport services. So I guess it all does come down to the terms of the franchise agreement as to whether Transport for New South Wales is looking to embed all of those requirements into the contracts, which is what we would be hoping for.
But we don't know whether they're embedded in those contracts because we can't get a hold of them.
No.
Can I just ask one question, following up from the Chair's comments in relation to the Human Rights Commission as being the ultimate point of call for exemptions? I mean, once companies know that they are going to get granted exemptions, then they're not going to be compliant in future because they know that they're going to be able to get away with it. But my question here is, do you have statistics as to the types of exemptions and how many does the Human Rights Commission grant those exemptions, how many times a year if there were complaints and so forth?
So I couldn't give you absolutes. I can certainly take it on record and provide you with what the Human Rights Commission are able to give us. But what we do see is rolling exemptions. So usually 5 years is the term that they would ask for an exemption for. And the requirement is usually that within those 5 years they meet the requirements of the transport standards. If that doesn't happen, they are entitled to ask for an additional exemption, and we have seen many rolling exemptions.
That could be another 5 years.
Yes,
Wow.
correct.
So can you just elaborate on that, so how it works in terms of structurally? So when you say the standards are set by who?
The federal government. So they're the federal disability standards for accessible public transport.
And the recourse or the oversight body is the Human Rights
Commission. So,
but they've got no enforcement powers. So they're almost forced into an exemption because there's no punitive.
There's no punitive requirement, unfortunately.
But then
unfortunately.
when we go back to the discussion we had before about the Disability Inclusion Plan, Transport for New South Wales, and is that a guide or are they obliged to?
Again, they're supposed to be reporting against their plan. That most departments will do that in their annual reports, and it can vary absolutely from a paragraph that says, yay, we've done great things with our disability inclusion plan, or it can be more formal reporting. But again, it is a self-reporting scenario in which they're supposed to be looking to the public and to people with disability to be part of that reporting process. And once again, if they fail to meet a requirement, there's no consequence. It's just we didn't do it, we need to do better.
Goodness me. So you've got this, so you've got the Human Rights Commission, toothless,
Yes.
with guides from the federal government. You've got the state authority, Transport for New South Wales, with a plan that doesn't really mean anything because it's not enforceable. So there's no legal recourse for any of this to be accountable.
And our Human Rights Act, well, we don't actually have a Human Rights Act, so our Disability Discrimination Act isn't as well capable of dealing with the non-compliance. So it's a pretty poor system for people with disability, and the one thing we need to see with any privatisation is it doesn't become worse. A classic example.
This is the point, isn't it, of some of the evidence, because what I'm hearing is that because the provision of service is now arm's length from the government via a contractual relationship, there's less account, at least when the government had it, even though there was technically no punitive enforcement, you could go direct to the government and say this is a problem.
And we work on their...
Sorry?
Where's that evidence?
Just
Well, no,
You'll
I'm
get your
putting
turn,
it to
Mr.
the
Finn.
witnesses that is their evidence. That's
No,
the
no,
question.
you said, no, that's not what you said. You
okay.
said,
Order.
That's what I'm saying.
Okay.
You can twist my words however you want, but that's what I'm saying.
No, they were your words.
Okay. Order. If we cannot talk across member to member, it's member to witness. Mr. Buttigieg, you had the call. Did you have a question?
So is that essentially what your evidence is here today?
Yes. So what we would be saying is that it adds an extra level of complexity and a lack of transparency. So Transport for New South Wales is committed and obligated under the state and federal mechanisms around human rights to comply with certain provisions, and they've actually committed to that through their disability inclusion plan. But private entities are not bound by a disability inclusion plan, and they don't have that same accountability in terms of transparency. So what processes they do incorporate, we would not necessarily be able to really have that same level of understanding of what they were.
You need transparency, accountability, but most importantly, from what I hear, is enforceability.
Absolutely.
Yes, and one of the things that I do want to highlight is that we have very good relationships with Transport for New South Wales, and part of the Disability Inclusion Plan involves them regularly consulting with the disability community. So we sit on a lot of advisory panels, we participate in trials of new transport options. So we're constantly asked to provide contributions and input from our members. And if it were to switch to a private company, we wouldn't necessarily have those connections anymore. So we would have to rebuild those connections.
But it's a twofold problem here, is what I'm hearing. Because let's assume that nothing's privatised, and we're back to the old days with the STA, and everything's not as good as it could be, but it's better. Even then, if there's a breach of the inclusion plan or standards up, there's no legal recourse. So there's a legislative defect there to start with.
Correct.
Because if we're taking disability serious, we should legislate to enforce.
And we should
penalties.
enforce when they don't meet
That's
compliance.
one thing. The second thing is now, on top of the lack of transmission of accountability, you've now got arm's length contractual
Correct.
relationships, making it even worse. And even if there's a question mark, I imagine, over if you did have legal recourse to the government, whether or not a private operator via a contract could avoid that legal responsibility. So these are the things that the committee has to consider, I think, because...
Correct. And we're not saying that it absolutely happens, but we do know that there are examples where privatisation has occurred in areas such as Newcastle, etc., where stops disappear and distances to walk between stops become greater, and timetables, as Ms. Walton was saying, because they have a requirement to meet a timing deadline, etc., stops can be missed as people are travelling. So we want to ensure that there is no detriment to privatisation, particularly for people with disability who already have limited access to public transport, and buses happen to be one of the better types.
So presumably, presumably the people you represent and advocate for and are a voice for come across the defects of this privatised system on a fairly regular basis because of the nature of their circumstances. They're obviously going to... in terms of accountability and recourse, what do you do? So if I'm at a bus stop with a wheelchair and a bus doesn't have wheelchair access, or the bus doesn't turn up, or whatever, what do I do? Who do I call? Can I call anyone?
If it's a public transport bus, you can call or email your complaint to the Transport for New South Wales. If it's a private service, there should also, because everybody has to have a complaints mechanism, so there should also be a complaints mechanism. I couldn't list what that would be for every single different private bus operator, but I would suggest it would be, again, a phone number and or an email address that you could complain to.
The evidence we had yesterday from a witness from one of our local members, I think, were that people would call a number and then they'd be diverted to a website and there was no human at the other end.
That can be the case.
I will pass just to, if I could just ask one question on the back of that, and then I'll come to you, Mr. Rath. I guess we hear a lot from the government about, privatisation is important for competition, that competition's really only at the tendering phase for the contract. Because from a passenger perspective, you only have one choice.
An option.
That's right, yeah. So for people with a disability who are complaining to a particular operator, it's not like they can take their
Their service somewhere else?
yeah, their business elsewhere. So no,
It's not a real free market, is
it's
it?
not. No, okay, sorry.
Before you do, can I just one question before you pass over?
Poor
It's
Mr.
in
Wright.
relation to the transparency. All right, just in relation
real
to the
quick one.
transparency question.
Sure.
Oh, there's plenty of time.
No, I know,
Wes.
but I mean, like,
All right, order.
Just to
If
follow up on
order.
this.
plus they're all follow-ups. That's
Yeah,
the point.
I could have asked the question, would have been done. In terms of transparency and the contractual agreements, are they not currently transparent? Are they not available? Is that what would be one of your suggestion, that the contractual agreements be made available for people to see? So that when they ask and complain about issues,
Not even a question.
they can cite
Order.
those contracts?
Everyone would like transparency over what the contract requirements are, absolutely.
Yeah, thank you.
Now, we have plenty of time. There's 20 minutes left.
It's about the
If we could just perhaps cease the interjections. Mr. Rath.
Thank you. And thank you for your evidence so far. Ms. Walton, I wanted to ask you a couple of questions, if that's
Sure.
okay. You obviously seem to be across a lot of the detail about the sort of history of privatisation of buses within New South Wales. What sort of time period would you say that privatisation has occurred? Is it the last 30 years?
Well, the truth is that a lot of the bus system of New South Wales has never been anything but private. And the broad sweep of history shows small private operators running small services that are mostly school runs or service the local railway station. They get to a point when the population grows, the demands are much greater, the systems were then would either fall over and the government would take them over, which is what happened to the ferries, by the way. The ferries started off private, so did much of the rail system, but the private sector could not run it in a way that served community needs. And every time they fall over or they cease to do what the community and the government expect, the government steps in and takes them over. So in the broad sweep of history, it was around the 1950s when most of even the Sydney metropolitan area were run by private contractors. Then they, bit by bit, became part of the State Transit Authority area. Unfortunately, underlying the State Transit Authority area were the old contracts, which are the old small contracts from the time when they were trying to just serve the local railway station or the local shopping centre. And we didn't actually combine the contract areas until it was pointed out in 2003 that they didn't reflect modern travel patterns. And I think we're still in that position, that the underlying contract areas are still dysfunctional. There are too many of them. And to return to your question, so how long has it been going on? Since about the 1950s, I suppose, but it's a bit like a concertina. If you look at the really long view, private sector good, public sector bad, concertina goes out, public sector good, private sector bad, back in again, and we're still at we're still on Animal Farm with people asserting that the public system can't do anything right until there's a pandemic or something really important happens. Sorry?
Or the Olympics.
Or the Olympics, correct. And so I think one of the principal mistakes that was made was not to keep the capability in government hands because sometimes you do need to step in. And I think I've wandered from your question. I'm sorry.
No, I was just interested because obviously privatisation wasn't a concept invented in 2011. It's been going on for a long time.
It's more a question of if the best thing to look at is probably the 2003 Unsworth report, because it's got the full history in it, and it is long and it is interesting.
And who was the minister at the time during the Olympics?
Oh, goodness me. Who went to the Olympics? I think, in fact, I'm sure it was Scully.
All right. Thank you.
Yeah, yeah, book. Setting the record straight at this. Still on my bookshelf.
Just interested.
Mr. Fang.
Thank you. Honestly, I could sit here all day and talk to you about transport. I think it's fascinating, and particularly the disability components. I'm from Wagga, so in this inquiry, I have very much a focus on not just the metropolitan, which is actually seems to be the predominant theme in this inquiry, but obviously there are private operators in regional areas, and that's not really been spoken about. And obviously within regional areas as well, there's those people with disabilities who, for which we're discussing bus stops that are missing, so they've got to go further. For regional people, there aren't bus stops. That transport concern is a different one because it just doesn't exist, and so the reliance is on different areas. So I'm keen to know from your experience what you have found by way of regional bus companies that provide that transport, and their engagement with the disability sector to find out how they engage with things like services, the standards that are required, and even employment. The issues that you've raised, but more on a regional setting.
Unfortunately, in a regional setting, everything is worse, to be quite honest. There's less transport in the first place, virtually nil in some areas as we get obviously past regional into rural.
Yep.
It's not to say that any particular provider isn't good at what they do. It's just that there is far less infrastructure, full stop. Either the service or, as you say, literally the footpaths, let alone the bus stops or any protective cover, etc., for someone to actually access. We do know, of course, that when, and we look to areas even outside of New South Wales, the Disability Royal Commission roundtable that we sat on last week had people from Northern Territory talking about bus services there that are the one and only, of course, getting from Katherine to Darwin, etc., where they're private, they're difficult, and cost is a factor. And this is the issue for us, if a private company decides that the cost is too great, they just stop the service, and then we're left with no service. So whether you're disabled or not, but particularly when you're disabled, if there's limited services and it's stopped because it's just not viable, that's a huge concern.
And I guess if I could just follow on from that, I think one of the things that we could say is that there would be inconsistency. There will be some providers who really do value inclusion, who would be, really trying to ensure that the needs of their passengers with disability were front and foremost in how they operate. But the concern for us is obviously it's around that consistency. For every provider that does that, you'll have another that'll be going, well, it's not cost effective for us to operate like that.
I know, Ms. Walton, you want to make a contribution, but just while I've got Ms. Stone talking about that topic, the reason I asked the question is that the companies that I know that sort of provide, some from Wagga, there are a lot of private companies that provide bus services, school bus routes from, around town. Being a smaller community, not like a metropolitan area, the drivers tend to know their passengers. They know. So I think there almost is more of a sense of if there is somebody with a disability, they'll go above and beyond for that because they form that bond. Is that what you've sort of found? Is that it's easier in some ways? These mum and dad private operators that operate these buses are in some ways actually looking to go more out of their way to actually assist their disabled passengers? Because that's my experience, but I'm more keen. You have a much broader view on this
Look,
than I
I
would.
think you're absolutely right. I think in regional and rural areas there is a far more personal assistance and relationship between drivers and their passengers. However, the bottom line is, on the whole, there's less accessible transport in the first place, if at all. So if you're a wheelchair user, you're probably on most regional areas completely without public transport. If you need mobility assistance to get up and down steps or in or out, then yes, you're more likely probably to see a driver assist someone. The same with the taxi service. We see a far more personalised service with taxis because people get used to using the same driver, getting the same assistance, and they will obviously gravitate to that. Yeah. One of the big issues you mentioned is school buses, and Julie, you mentioned it as well. School buses are a classic example of exemption after exemption after exemption in not having to provide accessible transport for students. So what is provided by the government are taxis, wheelchair accessible taxis to get a student to and from school, but you have a complete crazy scenario where the child who needs the wheelchair accessible taxi is allowed to hop in that taxi, go to school. Their fellow brother or sister or friend that might live next door cannot travel with them. And equally, the brother or sister may need to get on public transport and travel to school. And a parent's then left in limbo. Do they wait with one child to get on public transport, or do they meet the other child at the door with the wheelchair accessible taxi, etc.?
That seems like a complete situation where common sense has been abandoned, and
completely.
Something maybe I'll perhaps raise if I can actually address that, because that does sound ludicrous. And I'll talk to you. We'll talk offline later, because that's something I think we can potentially apply some common sense to if I can speak to the relevant ministers at the time. I know we're running. You said we had heaps of time. I've got heaps of questions.
But your strength there, Wes. That's good.
Could I just ask one question on the back of your...
Yes, but Ms. Walton wanted to make a contribution. So you, Chair. You're the chair. You have all writing. You can wield your power.
the power. Ms. Walton, please.
Yes, I did partly want to contribute to the question that was raised by the member. I think what happens is that in areas where bus services are not commercially viable, and that originally it's most of the area, it's got nothing to do with privatisation because it's most of the state, and including the areas that you'd call peri-urban, out around, the ones that I know are around Wallandilly and around Shell Harbour. What happens is that we've still got the ghost of the old minimum service level contracts, and they were given by the Department of Transport years ago, and the trouble is that division was well and truly captured by the private operators, and so if the business, if it wasn't going to make money, then they pretty much only had to say it isn't going to make money, and they say, oh, all right then. A little like, I think, the disability standards. They say, oh, well, we don't want to buy a bus that's got numbers on the back, and they'd say, oh, it's all right then, because the government wasn't ever prepared to to step in and provide services. Now, the point of the modern regime is supposed to be that the Transport Ministry or Transport for New South Wales is the central agency that coordinates and provides services, and it's supposed to do it on the basis of proper service planning, which it could and should do for rural areas every bit as much as it can and should do it for the metropolitan area. Now, the State Transit Authority historically was the repository of that level of skill, and it's a question now of whether the contract division in the Transport Agency has been similarly captured, and whether it is properly trying to deliver what's shown in this plan and the ones for the regions, or whether it is still too close to the operators and still responding in a way that is not sufficiently mindful of the interests of the consumer or the customer? And I think the answer might be yes.
I think some of the comments that Mr. Fang has raised around the difference between the sort of regional, small-scale, family-operated bus services and what we are currently seeing with this sort of rather large operator model being used in Sydney ties in with some of the evidence we heard yesterday around bus drivers working in these Sydney zones, having their their roster changed at the last minute, add a lot of chopping and changing and schedules, etc., etc. I know that we are focused on physical disability because you are from Physical Disability Council of New South Wales, but I know that you also have a lot of experience with intellectual disability as well. How does that impact of, I guess, a much less personal service where you don't know who the driver is going to be, it's all a bit unclear as opposed to the situation in places like Wagga. How does that impact on people with an intellectual disability?
Far greater than it probably impacts on most people with physical disability. People with intellectual disability, and again, CID, the Council for Intellectual Disability, would be the authority on this, but they take a lot more for most people to learn. They have to spend time with others learning how to actually use public transport. They rely on people. So people are their touch point. If someone isn't personable, if they're not used to dealing with someone with an intellectual disability and they see an aggression or a behaviour from them that they don't see as or understand as being because of their intellectual disability and their concern about something being different to their usual trip, it becomes far more problematic. So for someone with an intellectual disability, they really need to know that the service is going to be predictable, that things will always be the same, that it'll always turn up at the right time in the same place. And if things change, they need human assistance to be able to cater for that change, to get their questions asked, to find out the way to deal with that change.
Thank you, Ms. Walton.
I just wanted to mention something that one of our members sent me before the hearing, and I think this would be terrible for a person with an intellectual disability. He says that a ride depot bus one of our members was on recently did not stop to pick up passengers at some bus stops because he was running late due to a lack of sufficient recovery time at his previous terminus. This did not happen in state transit days. And remember that poor young boy in Queensland who was murdered. The bus did not turn up, and he took a lift. So that reliability really matters, not just for people with disabilities, but for young people, vulnerable people. So that was my point.
Presumably, this is exacerbated by, you've got these multiple sort of interchanges now that you have to plan out. You might have to change the bus twice, get onto a light rail, whatever. And it requires a certain savviness with technology now because it's all based on an app.
Yeah.
I mean, I can't imagine even my elderly parents working this stuff out, let alone someone.
I can't either.
I'll put my hand up too.
Yeah.
My bus services to get from work to home used to be 2 connecting buses.
Yeah.
So I hopped off on one and I literally stood in the same place and waited for that second bus. It's now broken down into more than 3 buses. And it is complex to work out how you link between those 3 to get a journey home that isn't under an hour and a half for a 15-minute drive.
Yeah.
Isn't the crux of all this that if you're going to outsource something and subject it to the private profit motive, then you're going to have to legislate for a legal recourse. Otherwise, they just won't provide the service because it's not profitable. Isn't that the bottom line here?
Yes, I would say that is the bottom line, is that the government has to really safeguard the structures, as minimal as they are, that exist in place currently under state-operated transport services. within any private contracts, and that might look like, requiring the transport to be like the actual vehicles to be compliant with the disability standards at the get-go, as minimum to even being able to tender. Audits, accessibility audits, the commitment to co-design and engage with the disability community. Those are all the sorts of things that we would hope would be embedded within those contracts, and that those private contractors would be obligated to comply with those.
So that disability inclusion plan, which is 2018 to 2022, that's the one in place now, if you were to do an audit now, they wouldn't be complying with that, or would they?
With what in particular?
Well, with the parameters that are contained in that plan for disability access.
A disability inclusion plan is it's aspirational, so it's something that the department set as the standards that they want to meet. In compliance with Australia's disability strategy. So in terms of the disability standards, those relate to the anti-discrimination laws. So the anti-discrimination laws have the standards embedded within them, and one of those is transport. And yes, you're right, they are not 100% compliant with what those standards are. The standards only prescribe minimums, by the way. We would want to see much greater accessibility.
And are there any jurisdictions that we can look to, either within Australia or overseas, where they're cutting edge, they're sort of the ideal to live up to?
Read the book.
Read the book? Zurich, is it?
Don't up on a tram though.
A comment that I might make is that Transport for New South Wales is actually committed to, and they've said openly to us that they aspire to be the second most accessible transport service in the world.
The second most?
Yes. maybe it's Zurich.
Fair enough.
And I guess
I know, Chair, the time is done, but in Ms. Walton's introductory comments, you might take this on notice, but you mentioned that there's dysfunction in Region 6 and 7 depot. If you can elaborate on what are those dysfunctions, and you said there are too many black holes in the system. If you can elaborate on those black holes.
What I was referring to is the system generally of public transport has too many black holes, but specifically now I'm told that a black hole is being created in Denniston, which used to have a service, and now it is 2.5 kilometres for people to get to the nearest bus route. It's Denniston West, and that's the cancellation of the Route 543. What was the rest of your question, sorry?
You mentioned about the dysfunction in Region 6 and 7.
That was Region
Depot?
That was Region 7 or 6, so that was the one I was thinking of.
Right.
The other is the fact that now that the loss of the cross regionals, so that's Region 6 that was affected by that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much for coming and for sharing your expertise with us. It's been a really incredibly useful session. And I think, to any opportunity to shine a light on disability issues, which seem to always be at the bottom of government's lists. So thank you so much for coming and for your submissions. To the extent there were questions taken on notice, the committee team will be in touch, and there'll be 21 days to respond. Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thanks so much.
next witness. Mr. Welsh, if I could get you to please state your name and position title and then swear either the oath or the affirmation.
Okay, hi, I'm Ken Welch. I'm Team Lead for Strategic Transport Planning at Inner West Council, and I'm happy to take an oath.
Please go ahead.
Oh. What do I have to...
Yeah, no,
I didn't see that in the paperwork.
That's
Sorry.
okay. I can read the oath to you if you like, and you can repeat it after me.
Yeah, if I can find it in the paperwork, I'll read it to you, but that'll probably be quicker. Yeah.
You can say, I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me
I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me
shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
God.
So help me God. Thank you.
Fabulous.
Yeah, thanks for that.
That's all right. No worries at all. Would you like to make a short opening statement?
Just a very brief one. It's basically the submission presented by council. Of course, council isn't privy to the detailed negotiations and arrangements within the contracts themselves. They're commercial in confidence and so forth. So the submission we prepared is that council is generally opposed in principle to privatising public transport. It's based on our experience with the privatisation of buses in Region 6 back in July 2018 and the ferries back in 2011. Our primary concerns are outlined in the submission, so I'm not going to go into that. But to say that there are two key categories. One is what is real, and two is what is perceived. And often we find that the perception is undervalued, whereas the reality of public perception in terms of achieving mode shift is extremely important. So if the public perceives there's a problem, even if in reality there may not be, then it will influence the ability for people to convert from private car travel to public transport. I'm all yours.
Thank you very much. Could I just ask you the same question I asked our council witnesses yesterday? The submission that you have made, what process does that go through in terms of being signed off by the councillors? Did the councillors sign off on this, or is it based on their previous statements?
It's a combination of factors. I prepare it based on previous resolutions of council and previous statements they've made. We then compile the draft. Now, because the timing didn't fit with a council meeting in this one, it wasn't debated at council, but it was then referred to all of the councillors. The councillors were then given a week to give us feedback on it, and that feedback was then incorporated in it prior to being sent to the committee.
Thank you. That's very useful. I'll start with questions from the opposition. Mr. Buttigieg?
Thanks, Chair. I notice in your submission, Mr. Welsh, you're saying that council's concerned with the privatisation model as the population of the Inner West grows, and that bus services might not increase as operators may prefer to run fewer services at capacity rather than more services at lower capacity. Is that because there's basically no incentive for them, given the increased services based on input data which only measures patronage? In other words, if you're going to measure patronage by data like Opal tap-on and tap-offs, I mean, it seems to me from the evidence we've heard to date, there might be a twofold problem there. Even if you accept that that's an acceptable criteria, the data's probably understating the amount of patronage because not everyone taps on and off. That's the first issue. Second issue, even if you got 100% accurate data, you would still have routes which the public would deem to be necessary to service, like, for example, someone who lives down at the end of a peninsula or whatever and wants to go as close to home as possible, that then they wouldn't be serviced either, because there's obviously a set payment that the operators get paid, and as long as they get paid that, they obviously, in order to maintain a profit, they're going to have to cut those services. Is that kind of the essence of the submission?
I think that you've summed up really nicely. The other factor is it's much more economic to run a bus that is full than to run two buses that are partially full. So the actual number of services for the number of people is the other factor in there. But yeah, you've summed it up nicely.
So I would say, if I were to play devil's advocate, Mr. Welsh, and I was the Transport Minister here, I would say, yeah, but we've saved $200 million on this route, and sure, someone might have to walk an extra 10 or 15 minutes, but at the end of the day, that's $200 million we've saved to the taxpayer. What would be a residents of Inner West Council's response to those sorts of claims? Because that's essentially what they're saying in their submission. In Transport for New South Wales, I mean.
I think, sure. I think there's several factors come into there. You may save the $200 million, as you're saying, but it's what are the other costs? So the person who doesn't walk that extra distance is going to use a car. So immediately we have environmental costs because they're using a car. We've got health costs and public health costs because these people aren't getting on buses. They're not walking to the stop. We've got a series of costs induced in relation to the slow down scale. So, for instance, when the ferries were privatised, we saw that Birkenhead Wharf was closed because it wasn't economic. And then suddenly Balmain West Wharf became uneconomic because a lot of the people from Balmain West were catching ferries to Birkenhead to go shopping. So no longer did we have a service to Birkenhead, nor did we have a service to Balmain West. Now, at the bottom of the hill at Balmain West, we have a very large vulnerable population who are not capable of climbing the hill to get to the buses on Darling Street. So a whole population there now is no longer getting their social services, so there's a social consequence there as well. So I think, yes, you may save specific dollars based on reducing the costs of that route, but there are a series of other consequences that have costs themselves.
So have you seen...
I do apologise. Yeah.
Get some flies in there.
Yeah.
Have you seen...
No, I'm in central Queensland and I'm covered in mosquitoes.
I understand. Have you seen... So that's an interesting piece of evidence because that's a narrow sort of accounting type cost-benefit analysis which the government's undertaken. Have you seen anything broader which accounts for all those other issues that you outlined there? Social inclusion, environmental benefits, all those what economists would term externalities, I guess. Has the department done anything like that to your knowledge?
I haven't seen anything, no. There have been papers produced overseas, mainly academic papers looking at it, but I haven't seen anything definitive from Transport for New South Wales or produced in Australia in the last 10 years or so.
And when that Inner West region was privatised in 2018, what was the level of consultation with the Inner West Council?
There was quite a bit of consultation with us in that, I'll put it this way, it started as information, so we were simply being informed this is going to happen. Once we got through that phase, there was consultation with our traffic engineers, transport planners, about how the buses were going to be changed and how they would be managed. However, I didn't genuinely feel that the consultation was consultation. I felt most of it was information. We did speak to them a lot, particularly in terms of loss of bus stops. We had a lot of concerns there. We still lost between 20 and 30% of our bus stops on some of the routes. But there was enough consultation that there were two critical ones near aged care facilities that they did eventually agree to retain, and they'd simply missed the fact that they were near aged care facilities. So, look, there was information and consultation over a period of about 6 months.
And were any of the routes rationalised prior to the formal privatisation?
Yes, I don't know if they were rationalised. I don't know, though, if it was because privatisation was going to happen. It was basically part of the ongoing rationalisation of routes that happens. So routes are continually reviewed. So it's a question of whether it was because of the privatisation or not, I don't know.
Way of asking that is, was there a flurry of activity regarding rationalisation of routes prior to the formal franchising?
No, I wouldn't say there was more activity than there normally was.
Could I ask? Sorry. Can I just remind members that when someone's on the webcast, it's very difficult if there's background noise because it picks up on every microphone. Since you didn't want your whole conversation being broadcast. Mr. Welsh, if I could ask you about, I guess when we look at the inner west, would it be fair to say that, I guess there's a question for you, I don't know if you know off the top of your head, but what is the percentage of people who actually have the ability to have a vehicle? So I understand that there's quite a lot of properties that don't have driveways, don't have places to park. What does vehicle ownership look like in the inner west?
It's hard to get a handle on that because even if you don't have a driveway, you still have the curbside that you park in. My best guess that I could find out more accurately if I went back to ABS and dug out the ownership per household, my best guess would be probably about 60 to 70% of households had a car.
Would it be fair to say that the average person living in the inner west would prefer to catch public transport, though, if they had the choice to go to, to commute or whatever?
Look, for the commute, I think yes. We've found that a large proportion of our travel is actually outside the commute if it's by private car. So people generally, because a large proportion are within the inner west or the city or North Sydney, they prefer to travel by public transport for the commute. External trips, so recreational trips on the weekend, things like that, not so much so.
And would you expect that demand then to increase over time for public transport?
Absolutely, particularly when you look at the policies that we're putting in place where we're encouraging lower rates of parking in residential flat buildings, putting maximums rather than minimums on. Our whole ethos of our integrated transport strategy is to encourage a shift from private car travel to public transport travel.
So the average, I guess, inner west council resident would be very focused then on the quality of their public transport services. Would that be fair to say?
Definitely. Look, my phone rings hot whenever something changes. So they're very active in terms of their involvement, and they're very focused on what is happening with public transport on a daily or weekly basis.
I'm just going to ask if government members have any questions.
Yes.
Go ahead, Mr. Fang.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. And thank you for making yourself available today, Mr. Walsh, from North Queensland, or whatever, Queensland in particular. It's very accommodating of you. I guess with in relation to the privatisation of bus services that that you've seen. And the engagement, I'm going to go back to where you, I guess, elucidated on this earlier. The engagement that happened, there was a number of stops you said that were retained in that engagement process. Is there a review process that's built in there? Like, is there a continual engagement? Do you have the opportunity to have input into the routes and the frequency, for example? Is that a continual basis engagement that happens with you and the organisations?
No, there's no ongoing process. When Sydney Buses decides to change the route, they do advertise it, and we get an opportunity to submit just as everyone else out there does. If we get complaints from residents, we have the opportunity to send in those complaints and ask for action to be taken, but there's no ongoing consultation.
And I think that was the bit that I was about to get to, is that in the instance where you have that issue raised with you, either through, I guess, a complaint process or through monitoring that you might do around movements, etc., around the inner west area, you have the opportunity, don't you, to actually go back and present that evidence to perhaps have that area looked at?
Yes, we do. It's a question of whether Transport for New South Wales have the resources and we have the resources to enter into that, given the number of complaints that come in on all sorts of things, not just public transport. But yes, we do have the opportunity to approach Transport for New South Wales and say, look, we're experiencing an issue here.
And has that happened as yet? Have you had the occasion to actually approach them and have something looked at?
Yes, we have on several instances. We've been successful with a couple and unsuccessful with a few others.
So it's not so much a blanket no. Where there is a case and the case can be demonstrated, there is an acceptance that there will be a change from transport. Is that correct?
Yes, yeah, there is. There are occasions where we get success for sure.
No, that's Deputy Chair. Looks like you're the chair for the acting chair for the moment. So I'll pass back to you.
Thank you.
Just a question following up on from Mr. The Honourable Member Fang, Mr. West Fang.
We got there. In the
Do you have? Yes, thank you. Do you have statistics about the number of complaints, the form of complaints, the follow-up and the resolution of those complaints as a council?
No. Yeah, I doubt that we would have statistics on that. Council probably deals with several thousand complaints a day.
Right.
They come through a system. There may be some system within our customer resource management that you could dig it out, but it's not something that's readily available.
Right, okay. Thank you.
Mr. Welsh, what about cross-connectivity? I don't think we've covered that. Other witnesses have. There seems to be a clear sort of theme coming through on the evidence that because you contract out these services and they're set routes, there's no cooperation between the companies, the contractors, so they kind of tend to silo themselves and there's no cross-connectivity to get across regions. Is that the experience from the Inner West?
Yes, it is. We've made that in the submission that you tend to have silos operating. That some of the worst examples are overseas, obviously, where I've seen a competitive situation where one operator intentionally doesn't want this connectivity with the other operation so they don't get benefit from it. I haven't experienced that here, but just getting that connectivity and coordination has been an issue for us. We experience it mainly because we have a lot of routes that run through us that aren't just Region 6 routes. So there are privatised and non-privatised routes. So, yeah, absolutely. I was muttering along there that I'm in total agreement with you.
And in terms of one of your recommendations here, set strict performance targets in contracts with penalties. So is there any awareness of what the targets are at the moment from your perspective?
No, not quantitatively, but I think what we were getting at there was that we felt there should be targets for connectivity, for the level of service, the quality of service, rather than just simply the number of people running and the on-time run. As we flagged as well, we've had experience with on-time running performance dropping as well. But we didn't drill down. We're not us scheduling experts, so we didn't put numbers with it.
And the penalties, what's your knowledge of the penalty regime in those contracts?
Well, that was sort of that precursor I said when I did the introduction. We're not involved in the contractual arrangements or negotiations. There doesn't seem to be any transparency, so we don't know what penalties are in there, if there are penalties.
And what about the other recommendation you've said here is include customer experience targets in the contracts. So presumably there's no, I mean, what is the methodology for gauging customer experience at the moment? The evidence we've heard to date is that the operator goes back to Transport New South Wales, and there's a form now. I'm just trying to remember the acronym BSARP, I think it was, where they complete this form and they say, we don't need routes X, Y, Z or bus stops A, B, C because they're not patronaged enough, and then the transport goes back and says, yes, we agree or we don't agree. To my understanding, that was about the only metric of customer satisfaction. Is there any other way that the customer can communicate that they're not satisfied?
Yes, there is. Initially, though, I do think there are onboard surveys that are done at certain times to gauge customer satisfaction. But there's a complete science in customer experience. There are university degrees of all of the psychology behind customer experience, and none of that really seems to be explored other than looking at the patronage, the on-time running, and occasional surveys for satisfaction. I think there's a lot more to it than that.
And what's your experience of how often they would do a survey?
Really, this is just my own anecdotal experience. There was a period where they were done every 12 months, but I have no idea nowadays.
And another recommend...
That was prior to privatisation.
Oh, that was prior. So that since 2018, has there been any surveys?
Yeah, I have no recollection of any surveys that I've been made aware of.
The other thing you've said here is to provide opportunity for revision of contracts. What's your understanding of the flexibility for revision of contracts at the moment?
As I understand it, but as I said, we're not privy to the contracts themselves. As I understand it, there are opportunities for renegotiation. The concern is that once you put a contract in and you have both sides sign it off, it's always challenging, and there are always extra demands on what is required, both in terms of finance and time to get it implemented. So I think having a more flexible contract arrangement where the provider can be reactive and be encouraged to be reactive is the critical thing. And if you could get the right KPIs in, then that would start encouraging them rather than locking them into just performance in terms of on time and patronage.
And then assurance of fully inclusive services. Do you mean like things like disability access and for the elderly?
Yeah. Yes, we are heading that direction, and I would believe that all the contracts would include inclusion, and the fleet is being converted to more inclusive vehicles. That was included because we had a specific request that inclusion be part of the submission.
Okay. And you've also got here improved communication with the public. Well, I guess that goes to our previous point about surveys and whatnot. And how, like in terms of the Inner West Council, do you have a mechanism for gathering feedback on these services and then collating it and passing that data on to transport, or is it all sort of anecdotal?
No, we don't. My strategic transport planning team is 3 people, and we're dealing with 28 state government projects at the moment, plus our own policies.
Yes,
so we just don't have the reasonable thing to do that.
Makes it very hard.
If they want to throw us more stuff, I'll happily do it.
It makes it very hard when you have, as you said, a few thousand complaints. Sometimes to convey those complaints to the various authorities or the bus service providers to follow up on certain repetitive issues for a council like that.
Yeah, absolutely. And we don't want to just pass on every inquiry. We want to make sure that it's a valid concern before we pass it on. So we do need to do some research on each one.
Yeah.
Any other questions from government members?
No, I'm good, thank you.
No? Okay.
Thank you.
I think that's great. Thank you very much for making yourself available, Mr. Welsh, and for your detailed submission. To the extent there were questions taken on notice, you'll have 21 days to respond, but the committee secretariat will be in touch in relation to that. So that concludes our session for now. We're going to take a break. We'll be back at 11:45 a.m. Thank you.
We will resume the hearing now. We have three.
Jump in the big chair, mate.
Yeah, I actually should do that, shouldn't I?
Helps the camera to identify who's talking. Pretty hard.
Okay. We need to swear witnesses in? No. We do? Okay. We'll start by swearing in our witnesses. Could I please start with Miss Catley? Could you state your name, position, and whether you will swear an oath or an affirmation?
Yasmin Catley, State Member for Swansea, and I will swear an oath.
Okay.
The microphone's working.
Come back to
Oh, sorry. Is it on?
Yeah.
Oh, my apologies.
You have to be quite close.
Okay. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you. We might go to Mr. Krakenthorpe next.
Thank you. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Ms. Harrison?
My apologies. I actually thought that because we'd sworn as MPs that we didn't need to swear again.
That's what I thought.
So I
don't have the affirmation up.
Okay, that's okay.
But I'm happy to come back to that once I find it, if I need to.
Where are they?
The evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth.
The chair is looking for it, Jody.
The evidence now about to be given by me
The evidence now about to be given by me.
shall be the truth.
Did you want an oath or an affirmation?
An affirmation.
Okay, I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that
I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare that
the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Okay, great, thank you. All right, would any of you like to make an opening statement?
Yes, no, Mr. Chair, I think all of us would like to do that, if that's okay.
We
with
might
the
start
committee.
off with Ms. Catley.
Thank you very much. Look, I'd first and foremost like to thank the committee for inviting me to appear before what is a very important matter to the electorate of Swansea. When the then Minister Andrew Constance announced in November 2015 the government's plan to privatise the Newcastle Transport Network, I want to state for the record that Labor very clearly expressed their opposition to this plan. It was very clear that the government was dead set, though, on going down this privatisation route. And given that, I implored the Minister to engage with the community to ensure that their voice was heard and listened to. And if the Minister was to deliver his promised world-class public transport network, then the network would need to reevaluate service levels to isolated communities that were receiving limited bus services and, in some instances, 4 suburbs that receive no bus services. Unfortunately, the Minister stubbornly refused to engage with the community, and the minimal communication efforts by the government were quite frankly pathetic. They did nothing more than inflame the community's frustration. The Minister never sought to address community concerns about the privatisation of the Newcastle Transport Network, and in fact he rejected an invitation to a community rally to listen to those concerns firsthand. I will say, though, that the Upper House member, Scott McDonald, did attend that meeting, and I was very thankful for him for doing that. The community's concerns were vindicated, unfortunately, when the contract was handed to an overseas company that worked with Sydney transport bureaucrats to redesign Newcastle Transport's network. It was to no great surprise that we ended up with a transport network that removed services, removed bus stops, and increased travel times. Since these changes have been implemented, I've been contacted over and over again by community members about a range of problems right across that network. Firstly, the removal of the direct service between Swansea Heads and Newcastle caused significant problems. It was the longest route across the network and the most used at the time. This service supported students to schools such as St Mary's Catholic College at Gateshead, Hunter Sports High School at Gateshead, Hunter Performing Arts at Broadmeadow, Merriweather High School, which is, I wish for the committee to know, the only academic high school in the Lower Hunter, St Francis Xavier Senior College at Hamilton, along with the University of Newcastle campuses and local TAFE campuses. Now, these students not only face longer travel times, but multiple bus changes. I've heard stories over and over again of many classes being missed, of exams being missed, of students unable to perform their day-to-day academic business. The loss of the former 350 bus service has impacted more than just students attempting to get to school, university or TAFE. I've consistently heard from constituents who, without the direct route, now have to rely on friends and family to transport them to work, to medical appointments, even to Centrelink, which is at Charlestown, quite some distance from Swansea, for their appointments there. And I've had the galling experience of having to ring officers up there where buses haven't turned up and they've not been able to make their appointments and are then financially and deliberately attacked for that. And we've had to get them out of trouble. Like, it's just been so disappointing. The stories of people being late for work and missing medical appointments are a damning indictment of the failed privatisation model. Without the direct bus services linking Swansea Heads to Newcastle, passengers have had to transfer on buses of both Belmont and Charlestown. This has not only created traffic congestion on the Pacific Highway at Belmont, which they refer to as a terminus, it's a joke, but it often sees passengers waiting up to an hour for the next connection. One of the most hardest hit of these changes have been people with a disability. The many challenges that this has created for those living with a disability to navigate the transport system, quite frankly, it is shameful. These range from people having to give up their job because they can't actually get to their place of work anymore, having to move out of their independent living and move back in with their elderly parents because they can't navigate all of the changes that the buses have created, reducing their pay, but most importantly, losing their dignity. One of those hit hardest by these changes is Access Industries, and I know that my colleague, Mr Crackenthorpe, will talk of this as well. It is based in his electorate, but many of those workers there live in the Swansea and Charlestown electorate and right across the Hunter for that matter. It's a disability employer which has faced significant challenges in its workers being able to actually get to work with travel times blowing out. I say to this committee, you have an opportunity to help restore critical bus services within communities just like mine. And I would urge this committee to recommend that a direct service between Swansea Heads and Newcastle be reinstated.
Thank you, Ms Catley. Mr Crackenthorpe, do you have an opening statement?
Yes, I do. Thank you.
Go ahead.
And thank you to the committee. I just want to start by thanking you for inviting me here today. I also want to thank the hardworking bus drivers who actually do their best under difficult circumstances within our network as well. But look, if there is one place in this state who knows what an absolute failure the privatisation of bus services was, it is Newcastle and the Hunter. I mean, this goes back to 2015 for us. We had over 300 people turn out for our very first protest. And at that time, I might just note that the then Premier, Mike Baird, promised that our services would not be privatised if a better service would not be provided. Now, unfortunately, that was actually a flat-out lie because that deal was done when the new system commenced the 1st of July 2017. And we suddenly had services cut, bus drivers being underpaid, and buses that simply did not show up at all. So to say that I was inundated with correspondence from unhappy people really is an understatement. I mean, I heard hundreds of stories of kids who had to walk to school after their bus simply never came, people whose bus trips went for half an hour long to an hour and a half long, as Yasmin has described. People who lost their direct service and instead had to change 2 or 3 times. Elderly people who suddenly had to walk 20 minutes because their nearby bus stop was not being serviced anymore. I mean, you know, I could go on and on. I mean, people actually bought houses on bus routes where bus stops were, and then the bus stop was actually removed, which is incredibly distressing to elderly people who want to see out their days with access to the community and that sort of amenity, which is then cut. In terms of our protests, you know, we went from 300 at the first protest to 1,000 people rallying against those changes in early 2018. At the end of 2018, a report from the Auditor General found that punctuality was worse under the private provider than it was under the State Transport Authority. 1 in 11 buses was not showing up on time. And look, this all sounds like old news, you know, it was some time ago, but it's 2022 and the problems are still continuing. As an example, on Wednesdays and Thursdays and Fridays, the bus that takes students from Hamilton East and Hamilton South to their school, it actually arrives after school starts. The only other option is for the kids to walk to school, a significant walk. I've been contacted by a woman who's legally blind this week. She spends $100 each week on taxis to visit her husband in hospital because the bus service simply isn't reliable. And she's blind and she needs that reliability. I've heard from a teenager this week who's got a casual job just 5 kilometres from home, but getting a bus there takes an hour. Getting the bus home takes an hour. That's a 2-hour round trip for a 5 kilometre trip, which is just ludicrous. So, yeah, lack of services. The justification for the lack of services is poor patronage. That's what we're continually told. But of course, that's going to happen when you create a service that it's simply not efficient, it's not reliable, and ultimately doesn't suit the needs of the community. So, you know, in conclusion, privatising the bus service in Newcastle absolutely failed, and now, unfortunately, its reputation is marred.
Thank you, Mr. Crackenthorpe. Ms. Harrison, do you have an opening statement?
I do have a short opening statement, thank you, and I certainly welcome the opportunity to give evidence to the committee today on behalf of the hundreds of thousands of people who have contacted my office over the past 5 years in relation to the privatisation of bus service and the reduction in service they've received. My office has certainly been inundated with complaints, both before they were implemented and in the aftermath, people being concerned about how they were going to get to work, particularly people with disabilities, but generally people who just want to get to work and provide for their family, parents worried about how their kids are going to get to school, and elderly and people with disabilities, as the member for Swansea and member for Newcastle have suggested. Now, certainly the public transport system wasn't without need of change at the time, but there should have been a well thought out, well calibrated review, and that certainly didn't happen, and that's by a number of people who have just walked away from being able to use public transport in the area. Certainly it's evidenced by the more than 20,000 people from across Newcastle and Lake Macquarie areas that have signed a petition calling on the government to fix the buses in the Newcastle area. To be honest, it's clear that a private provider being given control of a service like public transport actually creates a perverse incentive. The private provider needs to attract more customers in order to increase their profits, but they also need to keep costs low. They can and they have achieved that here by sacrificing services to a smaller but more vulnerable contingent of people travelling on public transport in order to cut their costs, but also to appeal to a wider base. In the lead up to this inquiry, I reached out to the constituents who contacted me back in 2017, 2018, 2019 about how they were going. For some, their experience had moved on some of the school students who are in school at the time, families who had school students, the students are no longer at school. But I heard at the time about families, there's 25 families who had signed a petition in the suburbs of Redhead, Dudley and Whitebridge to reinstate a school bus service to St Philip's Christian College. 50 students in 3 suburbs were worse in the changes to the bus service. Driving, those problems are still being experienced now. Driving back into my Orchard office last week, about 10 to 4 in the afternoon. St Mary's Catholic College is on the Pacific Highway, and as I said, it was about 10 to 4, and there would have been at least 50 students waiting outside that school for the school buses to arrive more than half an hour after school had finished. I'm still getting complaints from parents about that, about the loss of that public bus service, the school bus service. And then we have, as the member for Newcastle and Swansea have mentioned, people who have lost bus stops outside of home. A Mount Hutton resident told me when they first moved there 8 years ago, one of the reasons they bought that house was because there was a bus stop only a short distance away, and as they aged, they were hoping to be able to use public transport in case they lost their licence. Now they just have to use their car, and as they age, they're either going to have to move or rely on family. Another resident who lives in Charlestown, which is not very far away from a main street, said that he has to travel from Newcastle City. It previously took a maximum of 90 minutes, and now occasionally when he wants to leave that city precinct in Newcastle after 5:30 p.m, according to the trip planner, it will take 17 hours because there are no buses after 6:30 into his residential area. There's a number of examples that I can provide, and I'm happy to go into more with questions. But I think basically at the heart of it, by putting public transport into private hands, this government has taken what is a community resource away from the community, and by putting profit ahead of public service, the privatisation of public transport in my electorate has certainly left a large proportion of the vulnerable community worse off.
Okay, thank you for those opening statements. I might just kick off by asking about these privatisations in the Hunter all seem to have happened around about the same time, 16, 17. What was the level? I mean, you mentioned that the Premier at the time promised there'd be no cuts to services and service levels would remain the same. What was the level of consultation on this privatisation in terms of, was there any rationalisation of bus stops and services prior to the privatisation, or did it just sort of happen and then the cuts happen?
I'm happy to go first if you guys are okay with that. Thank you, Mr. Belligi. There was very little, there was no consultation in actual fact. As I said in my opening statement, I did try to encourage the then Minister to consult with the community broadly because, as the member for Charlestown said, there was need for an upgrade, and we tried to embrace this from the perspective as an opportunity to have a better service. But we got exactly the opposite. And certainly in the electorate of Swansea, which had dramatic changes, like incredibly significant changes to the network, we had a couple of pop-ups appear outside Coles at Swansea, a couple at Belmont, that was it. I'm sorry, I just don't consider that to be proper consultation with the community, particularly a community that is ageing. The school children and the parents weren't available at those times. I mean, the reality is all of those schools that I mentioned, they were not consulted before the network changes were made. And after day one, when I brought to their attention that these children actually can't get to their schools because you have removed their bus. They said, oh no, we've reinstated all of the school bus services. And I said, these kids don't have a direct school bus. They use the public bus to get to school. I used it myself 40 years ago. Like, it's been the same service for decade upon decade. And they had no idea. So they didn't even consult. They didn't consult with the disability services. I spoke to all the disability services, and the bus route deliberately went through Hamilton and Broadmeadow because that's where the majority of disability service providers are in the Hunter region. There's a reason for that, because the bus went there. They removed the service. Buses no longer go there. They didn't. I've got correspondence here from the university.
So in that particular situation, you're essentially substituting need for quantity.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Yeah. Yeah. Sorry, I could go on forever. I don't wish to take all the time from my colleagues.
Oh.
Yeah. Look, I'll make a brief addition as well, Mr. Chair. I mean, an example of the consultation goes directly to the bus drivers who actually found out about the change of ownership in the media. Now, if you can't tell your own employees that their jobs are going to go and there's going to be a private company come in and run the show, then, you know, there's an enormous amount to be desired. So, in terms of consultation, there wasn't enough, but, you know, it was superficial. I mean, the pushback and the communication back to the government of the day was enormous. We had massive rallies. We got over 20,000 signatures. We had a debate in Parliament. You know, we absolutely represented Alex as well as we could. It was a white-hot issue. And the government didn't listen. The government cut so many services. They, as Yasmin indicated, in terms of disability services and the vulnerable people in our communities, they are absolutely devastated. And their pleas were totally ignored. So it might have been one-way consultation from them to us, and there was no actual communication in terms of listening and making change to that effect that would benefit everyone in the community. I'll leave it at that.
So, I mean, unless, Ms Harrison, you have anything to add different to in that respect and consultation, I might just go to the accountability, because... So, did you want to add something, Ms Harrison? Did you?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Add, I don't think there was. I'm not aware of any consultation that happened before the change of timetables. Certainly, the bus drivers had. My understanding is the bus drivers had views about what could change, and any views that they had weren't taken into account. Certainly, my constituents who complained about changes were told that they could attend one of the pop-ups to have their voice heard, but what happened at those pop-up sessions in major shopping centres was just they were told how to get from one place to another with the new buses, and if it didn't work for them, it's bad luck. Sorry, we can't help you anymore. That was basically the consultation that happened. The consultation was, this is how the system works, and sorry, we can't help you anymore.
So for the last 5-7 years, as a result of all these protests, rallies, letter writing, there has been, and supposed consultation, there's been no responses from the government and the company to improve the circumstances for the 3 areas that you mentioned? And that goes to all members.
There has been the introduction of an express bus from Charlestown to Newcastle, the 10X, which runs in the morning and in the afternoon. It's aimed at people working in town. So that is new, but it's not dealing with the people who were actually relying on the public on the public transport system.
Right.
It's a large proportion of people who were using public transport were people with school children and people with disabilities and aged people, and those times just don't work for them. The on-demand buses They are very limited range. They're good, to be honest. They're actually, my electorate has probably the best coverage of on-demand buses, but as far as Newcastle and Swansea goes, my understanding is it's pretty poor, and they don't get great pickup because the Opal card system doesn't swap over to the on-demand system. They're two totally different ticketing systems. There's been changes, but they're not actually dealing with what the issues are that people are experiencing.
My experience has been that they've continued to diminish the services, Mr. Mosselman. As Jodie has just alluded to, the on-demand buses are very limited in the Swansea electorate. What they did was actually removed fixed services and replaced them with on-demand. My understanding is there's 4 on-demand buses in the network, and if bus drivers are absent from the fixed bus network routes, they are taken from, they use the on-demand bus drivers. Often there aren't any on-demand buses or limited services available, so it has really limited services further. As recently as February, or might have been January, Keolis Downer wrote to me to say that they were going to remove yet another fixed service at Belmont. This is a service that goes directly past a very large retirement village complex. People use this service, and I couldn't believe that they are still today in 2022 removing fixed networks from the network. It's so limited. I mean, if they don't want to provide services, then maybe, they should tell the government that that's what they don't want to do, because it is shocking what is happening in the electorate of Swansea as we speak today. But I will add, due to community uproar over that, that did not happen. They reversed that decision. But why are we having to be outraged all the time and having to stand up for what people should, a service that the government should provide, public transport?
Can I ask then on that point, because this is one of there's been a couple of themes coming out here, and people would look at this and say, usual suspects, Labor MPs having a whinge over the government. That's exactly what they think, because I can see the facial expressions. But we've had a range of witnesses here from disability services, from councils, as well as local members, and the evidence is all very similar in terms of thematics. No consultation.
Actually wasn't.
And then we have a system where you put the contractual arrangements at arm's length, so the government no longer has direct responsibility. So my question is in terms of all these problems post-privatisation, what's been the level of accountability? So if a person with a disability misses a bus or can't get on a bus because there's no wheelchair access, or a kid can't get on a bus to get to school on time because the bus didn't come on time, or trips have been delayed, therefore you can't get to a doctor's appointment on time, who do you go to get recourse? Is there a mechanism?
No. Well, they come to us. And we, continuously write to the Minister of the day in relation to this. And there is, you just get the same old response with no accountability. In actual fact, Mr Buttigieg, that's the raw truth of it. There is no accountability.
So is there a telephone number anyone can ring to sort of make a complaint about the service?
One of them going to speak?
Nothing.
People can complain to Keolis Downer about the service, but the response is, sorry, we can't change it. The response is, we will take information into account and we will change the timetables every once in a while, but that doesn't help the people who are facing the problems at the moment. I've got there's a woman with disabilities in my electorate who the only way she gets out these days is for her weekly shopping trip with her carer, and she used to actually work at a house with no steps. And have good social life, and now she gets out one time a week, one day a week for shopping. They've just given up.
Chair. Yes, go ahead. Sorry, Mr. Krakenthorpe.
That's right, I can wait.
Yeah, you're right, we communicate we write to the minister. We get a general line back that many people do from various ministers. It's fairly similar in terms of transport. A lot of needs are unmet. There is a review that they do of the timetabling on a periodic basis, which does tweak around the edges.
Is that based?
Into that.
Mr. Crackenthorpe, is that based on surveys or anything that go out to customers, or is it just what they think might work?
Oh, it's based on feedback that comes certainly through from our officers and from the general public who write to them generally, and also their patronage statistics as well, which, during COVID,
Just instance, I'll ask you today's
No, a lot of school presentations.
And, MPs of side of politics had a number, let's call them a conga line, but no,
and I'll rule on it goes to the, could you just keep to the make pejorative comments on the nature of the witnesses? Thanks.
Well, the point I'm trying to make, Chair, was that I'm actually, unlike some other comments that have been made today, I'm prepared to actually set that aside and actually look at the members here as local members. I think that's, regardless of whether they're Liberal, National, Labor, they're local members. So I'm going to address the questions as such. I think, we can leave politics out of this part. So.
But they're here as local members anyway, so...
Yes.
Anyway, let's just move on and stick to the question. Do you have a question, Mr.
I'm saying there was some comments from my side. I'm just saying I'm prepared to let it go. I'm going to ask the questions that I asked yesterday. Actually, that's why I asked whether you'd seen the hearing yesterday. Given that you've all raised a number of issues, given that you've raised them with quite a level of detail, I imagine that in that instance, you've actually raised them with the Shadow Minister as well and with the Labor leadership. What commitment have you secured from the Shadow Minister and your leader that if in 2023 you're elected, that these issues are going to be addressed, and in what time frame has that commitment happened?
I'm happy to go first. As I said in my statement, asking for the 350 service to be reinstated, that is what I will be pushing for. In addition to that, I'll be seeking for further services to go to areas that have no bus services at the moment. And in fact, I'd like to share with you, Mr. Feng, just how uneconomical this situation is presently.
Sure.
In the suburb of Catherine Hill Bay, where we have, I think it's about 57 students now who have no access to school buses. Mm-hmm. None. The assisted transport that the government pays for in 2018, it was 2,630. Mm-hmm. In 2019, the government spent 5,259. Mm-hmm. In 2020, just short of 7,000. In the first semester of 2021, it was 3,525. So you can multiply that by 4. This is costing the government more money by not actually putting in fixed services to service the communities that we represent. So I just want to make that point very clear. This is economic madness.
Thank you. So, along with...
I think you've got Mr. Krakenthorpe wanted to answer as well.
I appreciate that. I'll come to the other members shortly. I'll just address the... And trust me, I'm very well aware that the screen is there, but I just wanted to give... given that I've started with you, Ms. Catley, I'll continue. Sure. So we've got the bus route that's the 355, I think you...
350.
350, sorry, it was close. Okay. That's one route, but that's not the only issue you've raised. What other commitments have been given by the Shadow Minister and by the leadership to your area around this issue, given that you are such a strong local member, given that you would have raised these issues, I'm guessing, for a number of years now, and that you would have secured commitments out of your team? What commitments have you secured if Labor is in power in 2023?
Well, Mr. Feng, I don't live in Fantasyland. You are the government. You are in the government at the moment. And your predecessor, in actual fact, as I mentioned in my opening statement, Scott McDonald, understood these issues and he brought them back to the House and shared that information with your colleagues in the Nationals. And as I said, I was very thankful for his contribution. Unfortunately, we don't have that same level of acknowledgement or indeed will at the moment. As I say, I don't live in Fantasyland. I know that, unfortunately, the Shadow Minister is just that, the Shadow Minister. The government need to put the money on the table so that we can reinstate these services, and I will continue to fight for that to happen. The reason that I raised the 350 is because it was the root core of all the problems. As I said to you, if you'd have listened to me, it was the longest route on the network and the most used, and it was cut.
Yep. I was listening. I was listening quite intently, and I guess that's not really a direct answer to my question. Is that yes, I'm in the side of politics which is in government at the moment. However, there has now been I'm going to say 6 Labor MPs who have appeared before this inquiry, obviously raising these issues enough so that there's an inquiry on it, and you've all come to give testimony. Surely you must have secured some commitments around these problems should Labor be elected in 2023. I'm asking, what commitments have you secured if you win government in 2023?
Well, the first commitment I got is when I had almost 1,300 people at a rally at Belmont 16-foot Sailing Club. I invited the Transport Minister to that rally at the time. He refused to come. However, the Leader of the Opposition at the time did attend that. So there is an absolute commitment because those of us on this side know exactly what this is doing to our party, and I won't be disclosing any commitments here in this committee because that is not appropriate, and you can ask me that question over and over again. I will not be disclosing any conversations that I have had with the Shadow Minister. They are very aware of all of our concerns. They have been ongoing. They have disadvantaged our community enormously, and we will work hard to ensure that the people who we represent have a proper public transport system and that children and people with a disability can go about their day-to-day lives.
Chair, can I, a point of order, Chair? Point of order. Point of order
is being taken.
Just a point of order. I mean, Mr. Feng's asking hypothetical questions, but given that he's asking hypothetical questions, the other 2 members on the panel would like to answer. Would like to answer. I mean, you don't have all the time. I mean, they have the time. It's their time. So, Chair, can I ask, Mr. Chair, that the other witnesses have an opportunity to say their piece in response to that question?
I have one more question for Ms. Catley, and then I will move to the other witnesses. But it is my time, and Chair...
Well, just be conscious of your allotted time and proceed with the question.
Ms. Catley, can I ask which Labor leader made what visited that rally in the first instance?
It was the Labor leader from 2018.
Okay. And what commitment did they make? So that would have been which... So we've got Mr. Minns at the moment, then before that was Ms. McKay, then before that was Mr. Daly. 18 was Mr. Foley. So we're talking 4 back, is that right, Mr. Foley?
It was 2018.
What commitments did Mr. Foley make at that meeting?
To support my community.
By...
providing the support. He showed up and he provided to support our community and to support the wrongs that had been absolutely, laid at the feet of those people in the community that came out. As I said to you, there was close to 1,300 of them.
Thank you, Ms. Catley. Mr. Crackenthorpe, because you are on the active screen, you get the Guernsey next. I'm prepared to basically just ask you the same questions. What engagement have you had with the leadership and the Shadow Minister? What have you been able to secure from them that you can actually hang your hat on to your community and say, not only advocating for you with the government, I've advocated for you with my own side, and these are the commitments that we are going to make to you to see me re-elected.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Fang. Look, we're not being political here. We're simply representing our community. And I welcome you to come to Newcastle anytime and travel with the commuters that struggle every day with our network. I mean, specifically with regards to elections, in the lead up to the last election, we committed to a review of the bus network in Newcastle and the Hunter. Now, conversations I've had with my Shadow Minister and my colleagues, certainly we're putting forward very strongly, as we did last time, all our issues with regards to the current network. And, I'm sure in the following, over the next period of time, we'll have further discussions and we'll make our position clear throughout that. Mr.
Crackenthorpe, noting that you raised, I guess, some very specific issues to this inquiry, and you've certainly, I guess, presented to us that you've been advocating about these issues for a number of years. Is a review really the right course of action? Or given that you are the local member, given that you are at the coalface of this and you are aware of the issues, shouldn't you be in a position to advocate for outcomes that go beyond a review and actually say to the community, in the event that my side is elected, these are the deliveries that we will commit to in this seat?
Good question.
We're always putting forward the community's views and changes that we think should be made to the Minister. We get little bits of tinkering around the edges. For example, successfully getting the bus from Newcastle East to Marketown, for example, advocating on behalf of the community. But, there are so many issues and they are brought to our attention and we progress them to the Minister. They need a lot of detail and look at all those sorts of issues.
I understand that, but I mean, I've certainly taken from the testimony, not only today from the three local members we've got on this panel now, but certainly from the members that we had yesterday, that I guess there's a sense that the Minister... the Minister of the day, certainly the criticisms of the Transport Minister have been, I guess, consistent from the local members who have appeared. But given that it seems to be that, they're not listening, not acting, is sort of that common theme, wouldn't you then go to your leadership, your Shadow Minister, secure commitments and then take those to your community? So far, I've asked the question of 5 people and I'm about to get to 6 when I asked Ms Harrison, but not one of the local members has been able to actually say to me, this is a commitment that we've secured from my side of politics. It's just been criticism of the minister that, I guess, I won't say I represent, but, the minister that is
Mr.
of my
Fang,
side
I'll
of politics.
just make you aware that your colleague wants to ask a question. So can you just get to the question so we can move on?
Well, Ms Harrison, maybe I'll just give you the opportunity to just tell me what it is that you've been able to secure for your community, and then I'll pass the questioning over.
Mr. Fang, I have continued to advocate for my community both to the government and to within my own party, and I will continue to do that up until the election and hopefully beyond if I'm re-elected. However, right now, these are real people with real issues who need their issues solved. And if they're not solved, then they will walk away from the public transport system. And that's what we're seeing. Real people leaving the use of the public transport system. Real people with disabilities who are unable to leave their homes unless they've got a carer under NDIS with them. This is not politics. This is real people's lives. In my office in tears because they just cannot live the way that they used to. This is not an issue of politics at all. It's an issue of people's lives and the way that they live.
And I think that's why I think I said at the beginning that my view on this would be, as local members, that I would be discussing it with you and putting politics aside. But I'll pass over to one of my colleagues to another.
Mr. Rath, you had a question?
Great, thank you. Just a question to all three of the MPs. I just want to see, do you support the New South Wales government taking back the ownership and management of the buses in the Hunter?
I haven't probably given that any consideration, to be honest with you, Mr. Rath. I, like my colleagues, are trying to deal with people's concerns on a daily basis. So I don't have a view on that.
Mr. Krakenthorpe?
Look, I mean, the community shouldn't have to wait for an election. The government should be providing a decent service. They should be fixing things. Why should my community have to wait 10 months for their issues to be resolved and things to be fixed, for it to be taken out? We're just flat out trying to, fill all the holes in the bucket that's full of holes and leaking everywhere. As the member Swansea indicated, that's not at the forefront of our minds. Our minds are focused on fixing problems that the government's refusing to fix.
Well, maybe expressed another way, maybe to Ms. Harrison, if privatisation was the cause of the problem, will you commit to the government taking back control of the management and ownership of the buses in the Hunter? Is that something you're pushing for?
Look, my understanding is that there are 10-year contracts in place with Keolis Downer. Without understanding exactly what's in those contracts, and only the government and Keolis Downer knows the detail of what's in those contracts. I don't think that I'm in a position where I'm able to speak about whether the government taking back control is the right thing to do. I mean, 10-year contracts is a long time. Ultimately, the government needs to make sure, we need to make sure that people can get in and out of their homes and get to the places they need to.
Yes, but I suppose the question is, this is an inquiry into the privatisation of bus services. The evidence that you've given so far is that the privatisation of the services in the Hunter has caused the problem. And the question is, should the government reverse that privatisation? Is that what you're pushing for?
My evidence is that the privatisation of buses in the Newcastle area has left the commuters in my area worse off, particularly vulnerable people. That's my evidence.
Can I just ask a follow-up question to that set of questioning? If you were to go to dealing with a local constituent, whether it's someone with a disability or someone with school-aged children or elderly parents who's missed out on these services, what would be their response if you were to say to them, look, just wait and elect us at 12 months' time and everything will be fixed? What would be the typical response of a constituent to that?
We can't wait. We'll find some other way of doing it. We'll walk away from the system.
Yes,
or just stay in our homes.
And can I ask, are any of you currently appointed Shadow Minister for Transport or Shadow Treasurer?
Not me.
No.
You don't know your own. You don't know your own. You don't know your own shadow transport minister. I can tell you.
And do any of you have
Joe Halen? But it's okay. You are the
Mr. Fang. Mr. Fang.
Whip.
So, do any of you have carriage over Labor Party policy in that respect at this point in time?
Don't try and tell us you're not talking about in caucus. This is a whole caucus rehearsal.
Yeah.
I won't take interjections. I've got the questioning. Thank you very much. I gave you your time.
I haven't asked a question.
Be courteous.
You had plenty of time.
You guys.
Miss Catley, I might just go to the issue of Access Industries and what the change in the system, since the word privatisation seems to be so sensitive in the committee. Since the changes, how has that affected Access Industries in terms of their challenges for workers to get to work? And could you expand on that a bit?
Because I was appearing, Mr Chair, I did contact Access Industries and ask them for an update. I speak to them, quite regularly. And, well, with respect to Mr Feng, this is the largest disability employer provider in the Hunter. They employ 300 disabled workers. These are people who probably would not have a job in any other environment. So we are very proud of this organisation, my colleagues and I. It provides, as I say, people with an income. It provides them to be able to live independently, and it gives them dignity, which unfortunately in many instances because of the lack of public transport or the changes that were made, that has been stripped away from people. So they just reminded me that the service is still unreliable. As the member for Newcastle has said, buses are still just not turning up. This creates incredible anxiety for people who have an intellectual impairment, for instance. They become disorientated, they can't find their way to work, they're very used to routine, and it has created a lot of stress and anxiety for those people who work at Access Industries. Travelling from, let's not make any mistake here, travelling from the likes of Caves Beach to Broadmeadow is a long distance. You know, in a car that would take probably about between 30 and 40 minutes, depending on the traffic. So it is a long distance, and these people's travel times have blown out to double what they were in the past, and that is disappointing. But when buses don't turn up at all and they have to, use their initiative to improvise, that can be very challenging for those people. So Mr Crackenthorpe might care to expand on that if that's appropriate, Mr Chair.
Sure, Mr Crackenthorpe.
Yeah, look, I'd welcome Mr Fang to come to Access Industries to meet with their workers, as we all have, and hear their concerns firsthand. I mean, what really troubles me is from my conversations and meeting a lot of those workers firsthand is that many of them actually left their employment because they simply couldn't cope with the stress of buses not turning up, the lateness in terms of the additional connections they had to make. Made a bus from the southern end of the lake a number, it was quicker to hop in a car and drive to Sydney than get to work. And for people with intellectual impairment and or other disabilities, it was too much. And I've been told that many people left their jobs. And as the member for Swansea indicated, it's a wonderful organisation that provides dignity, it provides an income, and it provides independence. And you take that job away from them, their lives are significantly diminished. So it's really is devastating for people that we've brought to your attention today. And as I said, I do welcome you up, Mr Fang, to meet with some of these people and see what wonderful people they are and the great jobs that they do and their frustrations.
And thank you, Mr Crackenthorpe. I guess I have I'll say a personal stake in disability and inclusion for a number of reasons that you may not be aware of. But the reason that I asked the question is that given that has, I guess, been an issue, what, and you and Ms Catley obviously have a shared a connection through that organisation. I'm guessing that that's what I'm saying. I'm guessing that that you've got a pool of people that come from both of your electorates to help, or that they travel there for work.
That's correct.
And mine.
What? And Harrison. Well, there we go. We've got all three. What have you done with each other and with other I guess, service industries, through public transport services to actually assist these people. Has there been any work done? And have you made those representations to the minister? Not only transport, but obviously, through maybe fax or Minister for Inclusion and disability services to actually have those issues addressed, because that to me sounds like it's while it's being raised in a bus privatisation inquiry. You've got an organisation that's employing 300 people.
I'm happy to answer that question, Mr. Feng. Yeah, I am. I'm very happy to answer that question, Mr. Feng. So in the early days, Lisa and Lauren, who worked there, and we're all familiar with them, we sat down with them with the bus timetables, the train timetables, other transport mechanisms, and we went through and did some individual work for those people in our electorates that were having significant problems. So I guess it goes back to, Mr. Chair, one of your original questions, which is accountability, and there is none, so they had to make do themselves. And I just want to applaud those women that work there and the work that they have done to individually work transport plans out for those people who work there. Some, as the member for Newcastle has said, that couldn't be done and they have left their employ, or many have had reduced hours. Certainly one person who lives in my electorate who I'm very fond of, who I've had become, I suppose, a friend, Mr. Willoughby, I've actually driven him to destinations when he hasn't been able to get to places, and that's just the truth. So we've worked very hard with that organisation to make sure that those individuals have travel plans, and we've all participated in that. But it's really their work. We just provide them with the materials, if you like.
In the interest of time, I might just hand over to Mr. Mallard because he hasn't had a question yet.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, in just the last few minutes, and I'd like to thank you, all three of you, for making your submissions, and I acknowledge that you have made representations on behalf of community members. I'll preface this by saying I'm the Parliamentary Secretary for Western Sydney, right, and live in Western Sydney, born in Western Sydney, and we've never had, by and large, in Western Sydney, government-provided government bus services, by and large, in Western Sydney. So I have this contradiction that I'm trying to wrestle with at the moment. We had submissions yesterday from 3 Labor MPs in the eastern suburbs, and now today 3 submissions from 3 Labor MPs in the Hunter, the Newcastle region, where they're government bus services. But we've had no submissions about the franchise model, or the model that's being applied, the same principles are being applied to the regions in the west. We haven't had a submission from Prue Carr or Trish Doyle or Paul Lynch or Edmund Attala or Greg Warren or any other Labor members in Western Sydney about the same problems that you've outlined in detail here today and also in your submissions.
But weren't the members invited to make submissions?
Order. I would like to finish my question without interference, Mr. Mosselman.
Go ahead.
So the issue for me is, if these problems are manifest in your area, why aren't they manifest in the private sector-run bus regions across Greater Western Sydney, down to Campbelltown, into the Blue Mountains? And we would have got submissions and would have heard from the Labor members if that was the case. Explain to me why is that borderline occurred?
Well, I don't know what the service provision is like in Western Sydney. I have to say, I don't know that at all, Mr. Mallard. What I can say to you is that I also represent an area where there is a private bus operator, because I cross into the Central Coast as well, and Busways. I have a very good relationship with Busways.
They do Blacktown.
And I work very well with them. However, the provider for the Hunter is not like working with the provider on the Central Coast. It is a much different experience. It is it's the changes, because it goes back to the beginning for me anyway, and I think my colleagues would probably agree, because the proper consultation wasn't done in the first instance. There was no discussion with the university. There was no discussion with schools, like with education. There was no discussion with key stakeholders about the best service.
Here's the transition from government-run service to a franchise model.
Well, my issues are that we had a service that provided reliable services and got people to where they needed to go. Now we don't.
But you acknowledge that, as I outlined in terms of Greater Western Sydney and South West Sydney, that the private sector can provide service. You said so in the Central Coast. I think you said that
I said that the contact that I have with them and the communication I have with them is a lot more productive. A lot more productive than it is with the provider in the Hunter. I've said this to the Minister at the time as well. It's my view, at the end of the day, the government have put the contract out and pay for that service. So it's therefore the government's responsibility to ensure that that service is being provided. That service is not being provided in the electorate of Swansea. That expectation is my view. And that's what we've been trying to change. It may be they need more money. It may be a whole host of things. It certainly needs to be reviewed, as the member for Newcastle said. We need to find out what the problems are there. And one of the problems is the communication with this organisation is extremely difficult.
Okay, I think... just a quick one, Mr. Musselman, because we're out of time.
The service providers, are they overseas companies? I thought I heard that that's the case.
Company.
They are,
yeah.
right.
Local based.
Okay,
Oh,
look,
it's French-based?
But local offices.
Oh, yeah.
But they're overseas companies.
Yeah.
unfortunately, we are out of time. I'd like to thank all the witnesses for attending today. I don't think we had any questions on notice, but if we did, they are required to be returned within 21 days, and the Secretariat will contact you in relation to the questions you may have taken on notice. Thanks again for attending.
Thank you very much.
I think we're back at 1:45.
go. Okay, welcome back, and good afternoon to the two of you. So we now welcome our next witnesses. If I could get you to please tell us your name and position title, and then swear either the oath or the affirmation, and I'll start with you, Ms. Fontana.
Great. Daniela Fontana, Chief Executive State Transit Authority. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
Thank you. And Mr. Collins.
Howard Paul Collins, Chief Operations Officer for Greater Sydney Transport for New South Wales. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
Thank you very much. Would you like to make a short opening statement?
If that's possible, it will be short and sweet. I'd just like to do this opening statement.
Mm-hmm.
So I thank you for the opportunity to appear before the committee today to discuss the contracting of private operators by Transport for New South Wales to provide bus services throughout metropolitan Sydney. I'm the Chief Operating Officer with Greater Sydney, and I'm joined today by Daniela Fontana, the current Chief Executive of State Transit Authority. Over 130 million bus journeys are undertaken each year in the metropolitan Sydney, and in the most recent customer satisfaction survey conducted on behalf of TNSW, overall satisfaction across metropolitan Sydney was 93%. It is worth noting that the increase of this satisfaction from 89% in November 2017 and 79% in November 2012. It is important to be clear that from the outset, Transport for New South Wales has not privatised its buses. The franchising model currently in place is very different to privatisation. Through the franchising model, Transport for New South Wales is able to leverage experience from private industry, both Australian and global operators, while maintaining important controls such as bus routes, timetables, so to ensure the outcomes for commuters aren't compromised. Through franchising, Transport for New South Wales is able to ensure that ongoing safety and service standards of operations are maintained. In addition, it is important to understand that existing assets are not sold. The existing bus fleet and depots in the regions previously operated by STA remain owned by New South Wales Government and are provided under either a lease agreement to the private operators for the duration of those service contracts. This means the fleet and depots remain well maintained. This model ensures that private operators cannot alter the timetable or remove bus services or change routes. Transport for New South Wales is responsible for the network design and any changes that occur in response to the pattern of demand or the broader changes to the public transport network. Fares and fare collection methods are also operated by Transport for New South Wales, including Opal and contactless payments to ensure consistency across the public transport network. This means that New South Wales Government retains the revenue from the operation of bus services. In relation to disability access, contracting of bus services is a way in which Transport for New South Wales can ensure that bus operators continue to be compliant with accessibility standards. For example, the disability action plans are built into their key performance indicators. And in relation to transferring employees under the franchise agreements, they are guaranteed their current wage arrangements under the award, and this transfers with them to the new private bus operators. I thank you again for the opportunity to appear before this inquiry and answer your questions in relation to the bus services of metropolitan Sydney. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I will ask a number of questions to get us started, and then I will hand over to the opposition. I note your comments in relation to privatisation and franchising, Mr. Collins, and I'm pretty sure you've been in a lot of the budget estimates where I've had this debate, furious debate with various transport ministers.
You don't do anything furiously, Chair. You do everything with decorum.
Thank you, Mr. Fang, for the interjection. So although we say it's not privatisation, because as you say, there is control exercised by the government over the schedules, the timetables. There is obviously there are KPIs in place. The depots, the buses, as I understand it, are still owned. There are some elements, though, of this that look very much like a privatisation. Is it the case that there are some buses that will be owned by these, especially the electric buses, that get owned at the end of the day by the operators, or is that not the case?
It's a little bit more complicated than just buying, like your car. There are all sorts of lease back and long-term arrangements. There are arrangements, I think, for when it comes to electrification of organising finance, not only for the bus, but also the supply of the equipment which is there for charging the vehicles. But at the end of the day, the former STA areas will remain transferable and part of the government asset. And one of the reasons why we have done that is to ensure that if contracts change for any reason and we need to renew it with another organisation, what we don't want to do is end up not having the bus depot or the vehicles to transfer to the next operator. And that's really important. And of course, we remind ourselves the history of bus operation in Sydney is a mixture over the last 100 years of very successful Australian private operators running services, as well as the State Transit Authority that we're all very proud of achieving 90 years of great service.
Sorry, can I just stop you there? The private operators you're talking about, though, what sort of size of operator? Are we talking about the predominantly sort of family-owned small businesses out in different regions, or what are you talking about?
Well, I think you've got to really let me emphasise that some of these Australian-owned bus companies operate globally. I was very proud to be working along Tower Transit, for example, in London, who is an Australian organisation, part of Transit Systems. Busways, for example, and they have grown into big players in the global market, as well as the great, small business owners. But Interline, Punchbowl, Transit, Busways are all part of an Australian business which has been very successful under the franchising model.
One of the criticisms of what I would view as privatisation, but I understand the government presents as franchising, is that it leaves the end result is that the government does not have the ability to readily substitute the services that are provided by the corporate sector, because we no longer have public sector employees employed to drive buses. We sort of gut ourselves of the expertise to run that sort of operation. Isn't it the case that with what we are doing here with privatisation of all of these different zones, we are leaving ourselves at the mercy of corporations to provide this service now for the foreseeable future?
I mean, obviously it's government policy to franchise. It's not Transport for New South Wales policy. But it would be interesting to note, my visit recently to Leichhardt Bus Depot, I think the majority of the management team and the operators and the people who run the depot are former STA employees. In fact, the industry contains a lot of people who still have that expertise, who've been in the business for 40, 50 years, have actually retained that. And so therefore, whether it's public or private, I believe we do have the skill sets available to us across a number of franchises. And if, let's say, one fell by the wayside for some unexplained reason, there is plenty of skill set within the industry, both global and within Australia, to support a change of that nature.
But with privatisation of all of our zones, do we not, I guess we've lost the ability to have a competitive government-owned service that we can use as leverage in order to get the best sort of deal, I guess, with these private operators. We are at the mercy of the private market now, but we don't have our own publicly run.
I think it is true to say that over the last few years, no doubt, STA, which was once probably very inefficient, who had terms and conditions which were probably from year dot, did improve its efficiency. And there were certainly great things that my colleague Daniela Fontana introduced as part of part of the trying to ensure that STA was as efficient as possible. But I think what we have seen is that the franchising of operators has enabled us to not only utilise some of the global experiences that certain companies had, for example, on-demand vehicles, the latest technology, electrification, which, you know, Australia is woefully behind most other countries around the world.
Sorry, Mr. Collins, just if you could come back to the actual question, though. Like, I understand the government's stated benefits for privatisation. I understand the lines around this is how we get the best technology, etc. My question, though, to you is that by selling all of these services off and not leaving ourselves with a public service, we have basically put ourselves as a government at the mercy of the private sector when it comes
there
to
are 11 companies
bus
providing
operation.
Services.
That's the private
11
sector.
Companies.
That's a
They
private
compete against each
sector.
other. 11 companies.
Yeah, private sector.
Right, if I may answer the question, I certainly believe that Transport for New South Wales retains a very strong expertise within service provision, timetabling, a lot of the expertise we need to hold the private franchise operators to account. We are very lucky to retain Daniela Fontana in our team in Greater Sydney, and there is a lot of expertise which are the critical things to ensure that bus companies, whether they're private or public, operate for the customer. At the end of the day, it's what the customer experience is that really counts.
Again, the question really is, if we have no public service to compete against the private market, what is to stop the private market as a whole from continuing to push up costs to the government?
I think very good contracts, performance indicators which not only hold them to account for reliability and key KPIs, but also those contracts include employment, diversity, inclusion. They include a lot of aspects which, if they fail on a regular basis to achieve, we can take measures against that contract, deduct costs, but also, if necessary, in the very last resort, withdraw those contracts and start with a new organisation.
Before I ask my next question, if I could just remind members not to interject in the middle of other members' time, that would be appreciated, particularly on things they clearly do not have any expertise in. We've heard quite a bit from witnesses about when we've had the privatisation of these different, franchising, whatever we want to call it, of these, the private operation of these zones, that the result has been a lot of shorter trips because people are going in through one zone, then they're getting off at a depot, and then they're, or not a depot, at a, one spot, and then getting on another bus run by somebody else. Is that a product of the contracts, or is that something that's been baked in by the way that we've done this, or is that not the case?
If I start with a bit of an opening answer to that, and then I might ask my colleague, Ms Fontana, to help me with this. I think in sort of maybe the 40 years of I've been involved in rail and bus operations, the old stories of buses going from one side of Sydney or one side of London all the way across the other have proved to be very unreliable. You get caught in traffic, you end up with long bus journeys of over 2 hours, and it's very inefficient. So the main motivation for shorter bus routes is nothing to do with the franchising or regions, but is actually to provide services which are more reliable and also getting people to journeys which they want. Most people either go on radial routes or go in and out of the CBD. They don't get on a bus at Maroubra and end up at Chatswood, generally. Because they are very long journeys. So that really is the strategy. And I don't know whether, Danielle, you want to talk a little bit about that?
Yeah, absolutely. I can provide further clarification because I think I heard in previous witness statements that there was an assumption that operators within each contract region cannot cross over into another. That's not actually the case. So I can confirm that, for example, a route that operates out of Transit Systems in Region 6 does operate into Region 9 and does pick up and set down passengers from, for example, Glebe into the city, which is in another area. We also have many other examples of services run by now Keolis Downer coming into another contract region, and even areas like Hornsby, crossing over into other contract regions in Parramatta. So that's not actually the case. And as Mr Collins has stated, a lot of those changes have been brought about to do with efficiencies and those long routes being really inefficient in terms of reliability. So the change to making routes shorter has been primarily focused on reliability for the customer. Because we have found that the old routes, like the old 400, was definitely the most unreliable route in Sydney or in New South Wales for that fact. And making the routes shorter enables more efficiency.
Okay, so I understand that. I guess the flip side is people saying, people who do have to take more than one trip, who do have to change from, route to route, are saying that it's quite disruptive because, even for someone who doesn't have accessibility issues, they're, maybe they're in the middle of something and they have to then get up, and just having the chance of then missing your connection is more, we've heard about those frustrations. Is there perhaps some data that can track the number of multiple journeys people are having to take now versus, say, 5 years ago, and seeing that over time? So from, some sort of data that shows us what used to be single trips becoming multi-trips against customer satisfaction, or do you have that kind of data to see, like, although it's more efficient, is it actually working the way it's designed?
I'm not aware of specific data, but we can certainly take that on notice and see what we can provide if our colleagues in our data area or customer journey area can provide that.
Thank you. And when it comes to the customer service data that you were talking about, Mr. Collins, before, how is that gathered?
It's done it was done on a 6 monthly basis, definitely done on an annual basis. This is using a very large sample size across all regions and all routes to get the customer satisfaction. There's an overall score, 79 in 2012 and 90-something in 2018-17. That consists of all sorts of things like safety and security, timeliness.
How is
it? They're used for each of the modes, Sydney trains, buses. So it is a very reliable, those of you who know statistical analysis, plus or minus 5% over 220 would give you a good size. These are thousands of people we ask.
How is it gathered? So is this...
People go around our questionnaire, go around, they talk to customers actually on the route. Obviously, very recently we haven't been unable to do that because of COVID restrictions. But I've seen that operating in practice, and certainly it gets us a good customer sample size. And it also helps us identify areas where we think we're not doing so well, and certainly State Transit, for example, utilise that data very regularly to understand.
Okay, so there are people going around at transport locations with some sort of a
Yes, it used to be a clipboard, now it's a computer, but yeah.
Okay. Is there data on how many people they approach versus... Like, I know that if someone approaches me with one of those things, I'm always too busy, unfortunately, and I always say, I'm sorry, I'm cranky because I'm late.
Maybe the chair should have herself to blame for the results of the survey.
But there seems to be, and I'm not a statistician, but my understanding is that there is often a bit of a bias as to who responds to those sorts of things. Tend to be people who are perhaps already happy. How do you counter that?
Well, these are very respected organisations who do huge amounts of sampling from many, many organisations. And, the presentations I've had talk about subconscious bias. They talk about making sure they do a representative sample across age groups, routes, all sorts of things. So these are professional paid employees who carry out these surveys. And therefore, I'm very comfortable with the results, which have been going now for 12 or 13 years
Is
are
it
actually
the
a true
same
reflection.
company that you've employed at that time to do, so the people,
I don't
the survey,
know. I'd have to take that on notice.
similar survey, yeah, if you could let us know.
But
so
it
that
is,
we can work out if we're comparing like with like.
There is certainly a very extensive information available, because this is done over Sydney Train, Sydney Metro, light rail, the ferries.
Yeah.
The ferries always do the best. Maybe it's the bar on the Manly Ferry, or maybe it's the weather, but they always get a 99% satisfaction rating. But I think also bus services, a bit like trains, when I first came here, there was really issues about cleanliness, about timeliness, about operation, and we have seen newer buses, better staff operating, and certainly an uplift in performance of 12, 13%, which is really good.
And how's the complaints data tracking for buses?
The bus complaints data, obviously we track that on a weekly basis. Obviously it's been quite unusual over this last 2-year period, because people have obviously, we've seen a dip right down to 20%. We're up to 55, 60% operation of number of customers using our services. And of course, certainly when fares were free, everyone was quite happy and complaints went down a lot. But generally speaking, the issues we used to see, a lot of complaints about staff and their attitudes, or buses which were old and no air conditioning, we've now seen a big improvement of that.
The raw data on complaints, though, are you able to provide that in terms of how many complaints there are now compared to in 2012?
I mean, obviously we can take on notice information that we can provide. It is, like most things, it's a very, very, very small size of those people. There might be 50 or 100 complaints a day on the 700 or 500,000 people have been using the bus service on one day. And I don't know, Daniela, you've obviously dealt with a few of those. I think there are sometimes, they're normally about timeliness. My bus didn't turn up. Or sometimes about, staff or something else happening. But it's a lot better than it used to be.
I could keep going, but I will pause so that the opposition can have a go. Off to you.
Mr. Collins, I understand a company called Transit Systems now operates Regions 3, which is, I think, Liverpool, Fairfield, and Region 6, which is the Inner West, CBD, Rockdale, Canterbury, Burwood, Cogra, those sort of areas. And then I'd note on the 14th of February that the Minister for Transport, David Elliott, announced that Transport for New South Wales would be acquiring 79 electric buses in collaboration with the Region 6 operator partner, Transit Systems West. Are you able to update the committee on where that negotiation is in terms of the acquisition of those buses?
I'll speak generally. I might have to refer to some of my notes which I've got in front of me, but just at the top level, there's no doubt in 2018, 2019, the Minister, then Minister Constance, announced a very forward-thinking policy of electrification of the whole of the metropolitan and regional bus fleet. He was very ambitious and wanted to achieve this within 10 years. We have started that journey. Currently there are about 50-something vehicles, electric vehicles in operation, and we have placed an order not only from Custom Denning, who are the Australian design build company in Western Sydney, but also testing out a number of other models which are available to us. So we will end up with over 100 vehicles, electric vehicles, in operation. Our intention is to put forward to government on their request the final business case for the procurement of electrification of the bus services, certainly in Greater Sydney, followed by region. And I think all of us believe that operating electric fleet in a city like Sydney will be an advantage to everybody. And it is really pleased.
Mr. Collins, sorry, I appreciate the general context, but it was very specifically about the acquisition of these 79 electric buses in collaboration with Transit Systems West was the question.
And I'll take the point of order that obviously a complex issue, and Mr. Collins was providing some context. And Chair, I'd ask that
on the point of order, Chair.
Okay, one at a time. Continue, Mr. Fang.
Thank you, Chair. And while I'm making a point of order, I seek that the other members allow me to make that point. Mr. Collins was providing some, background to the issue, and was certainly providing us some perspective before he was going to come to that. So I think he should be allowed to do so, and do so without interruption.
Thank you. I probably don't need to hear on the point of order. Can I just say Mr. Collins is endlessly fascinating on transport issues, and I personally could talk to him for hours and hours. But it is...
And not just on transport issues, Chair.
But it is within the members' right to bring the witness back to the specific question.
And I have found the page, so I can get into more detail. So Transit System West, obviously the holder of Contract 6 in the West. For example, I think on August the 5th, 2019, started a 3-month trial for full electric buses from 4 different bus companies. The trial was trying to ensure that we understood the system. Certainly I visited a Leichhardt depot, which is in Region 6, and they are now moving forward with the installation of electric buses through a company called Nextport, I think it is, BYD. And in June 2021, 10 buses were ordered. And the intention is to grow that bus fleet even further through the installation of equipment.
Mr. Collins, again, sorry, my question was very, very specific. I included a date for that reason.
Yep.
On the 14th of February, the Minister announced that Transport for New South Wales will be acquiring 79 electric buses in collaboration with Region 6 operator Transit Systems West. My question is, where is that up to?
They are being manufactured as we speak. I think the Minister, myself and the Premier attended the manufacturing in St Mary's, may have been over a month ago. We saw the last of the STA, I think 10 or 12 custom denning vehicles being rolled off the production line, and then they're in manufacture now. And those 79 vehicles, I don't know whether they all go to Region 6, but a good majority of them are being distributed around the network, and this will bring us up to at least over 100 vehicles, which are electric vehicles, which are operating.
And what would be the arrangement in terms of the New South Wales taxpayer? Do transit systems buy the vehicles and then lease them back to Transport for New South Wales? Is that the general idea?
There are, again, I would, if you wanted to get into specific vehicle or manufacturers, but I understand for our bus panel, this, just to explain what a bus panel is, it's a list of companies that bus operators can draw from in terms of manufacturing, and we did add custom denning to that bus panel, and then obviously a number of bus companies can draw on that bus panel. We have certainly
but the question is very simple in terms of the economic structure of the arrangement between the New South Wales taxpayer and these electric buses. Does Transport for New South Wales buy the buses, or will the private operator buy them?
It's a mixture. Some get procured directly, almost on a procurement basis.
Yep.
Others are part of a leased package of infrastructure build, working with an electricity supplier, for example, as well as a bus manufacturer. The important thing, though, to recognise is at the end of that contract, or when the contract is terminated, those vehicles must be transferred across and be available for the next franchisor.
Okay, so essentially a business partnership with the private sector to design, construct, build, lease. Are you aware that only just last month, Mr. Collins, that a federal court judge, Rares, found that Transit Systems was guilty of wage theft and ordered them to pay $181,000 in fines?
I certainly was aware, I don't know whether the word wage theft is a word I would use, but certainly I was aware that federal court required the payment of $181,000.
For underpayment of wages.
This is not connected with electric buses, I assume, or is this a
Well,
question.
you just confirmed that the government was going into business with transit systems, and I put it to you that transit systems have been found guilty of chronic under-wage payments to their employees, and they were fined $181,000. Are we disputing those facts?
I'm not disputing the facts whatsoever, but there are occasions where organisations have a certain view about how they pay their employees under the terms and conditions of either a federal or state award, and that both unions or organisations are entitled to ask the courts or the commission or whoever it is to decide on a ruling. I understand that ruling was in favour of the unions, and the organisation had to pay $181,000 for that ruling.
And are you aware of the amounts of underpayment that were involved?
I'm not aware of the detail. Of course, Transport for New South Wales contracts with these organisations, but in terms of the interpretation of awards and the detail of the employment contracts are between the employer and the employees and the unions who represent them.
So I put it to you that there was an underpayment of going forward from the financial year 2021 onwards for 4 payment periods of some $500,000, and historically an underpayment over the previous 3 financial years of $3.5 million. My question is, why is the New South Wales government doing business with an employer who wantonly steals their workers' wages? And you might want to use different language to make everyone feel better, but an underpayment of wages...
Chair, I'll take a point of order with that.
Wages.
Okay.
I'll hear the point of order.
By all means, Mr. Buttigieg is entitled to ask his questions, and I think, be strong on matters that he feels deeply about. But I think for him to verbal the witness in that manner during the question. No. Again, you are now doing.
Again, I don't think I do need to hear it.
Second time.
Okay, order. Sorry, I think I've heard the point of order. I don't think I need to hear.
The procedural fairness resolution is quite clear about this. So I
was listening quite closely. I didn't believe that Mr. Buttigieg was implying that this was something Mr. Collins had actually said. Mr. Collins is a practiced witness. If there is something you feel that you didn't say that has been implied that you did, please do correct the record.
Chair, I guess the issue, and I understand that you've ruled, but just for clarity, the issue that I had was the language about you might use different language to make everybody feel better, etc., etc. Now, that's preempting the answer, but it's also...
This is ridiculous. Point
it's
of order.
No, it's not.
Point of order, Madam Chair. I'm going to be allowed to speak to...
Order. I've heard enough from both of you. I would caution members to not take up time with points of order. Let's make them as quick as possible. Please continue, Mr. Buttigieg.
So my question, Mr. Collins, again, is that should the New South Wales government be going into business with an employer who underpays and has found to have legally have broken the law on payment of wages to the tune of $3.5 million historically and $500,000 over 4 payment periods?
As I said before, and I don't think the words that I would be associated with stealing, because that's a criminal offence, and I don't think any criminal offence has been mentioned. But I would say...
I'm sorry, so that you don't think the federal court finding was a criminal offence?
Well, no. I think what my view is that there have been occasions where, quite rightly, the courts have found in favour of one party or the other, and this decision was obviously in favour of the submission made by the unions for this particular subject. And there are occasions, and there's still a number of items in...
Point of order, Chair. Mr. Collins is providing a response to Mr. Buttigieg. Mr. Buttigieg continues to interject because he doesn't seem to like the answer. That is not a reason...
Okay, thank you. Again, quick points of order. We've heard it. If we could let the witness finish the sentence, and then if Mr. Buttigieg could continue.
Yeah. So just to clarify, and I understand your point of view, I think the important thing is, from Transport for New South Wales' point of view, there are occasions where a dispute about entitlements or payments has occurred. our view is that this was dealt with by the courts, and the operator has paid, or will, has paid that fine or whatever the appropriate name is for that cost. And obviously we work closely with these operators, but in terms of the employees, their terms and conditions, and the fact that there's a complexity of both federal awards and state awards from former STA employees, there has been a view that people take a position and then sometimes it's tested in court.
So the fact that we've had a ruling from the federal court saying that this company has been involved in illegal behaviour doesn't necessarily concern either the Transport for New South Wales or the Minister. That's of no concern. Business as usual.
Again, I think that's your words.
I'm asking you.
Yes.
Point of order, Chair.
Keep taking them.
I'm going to remind Mr. Buttigieg that we are all responsible for upholding the procedural fairness resolution of the House. I don't think Mr. Buttigieg understands that, and if he does, well, then perhaps he needs to re-understand it, because it's at the moment what he's doing is talking over the witness when he's trying to provide.
Thank you.
Detailed
In relation to the procedural fairness resolution, it does provide an opportunity for the witnesses to respond if they feel that something has been said that sheds them in an incorrect light. It doesn't stop the member from asking the question in the first place. And again, Mr. Collins is a practised witness. We've had him many times in front of this committee, so I am not as concerned as you about his rights at this point, but please let me know if you are.
And I'd love to answer the question, because you asked me. I am, and I'm sure Transport for New South Wales is, and I'm sure the Minister does want to ensure that any operator does comply with the law. And obviously, following this and other rulings, we always review and understand what this means for transport and also what it means for our relationship with those operators. But as I said before, I believe that this decision and the circumstances on those decisions was between the employer, which is obviously Transit Systems, and the employees. And obviously, like some cases, the decision is made and therefore a ruling is made in one favour or the other.
So can I put it to you that this company, I'm not sure if you're aware, I'm asking you if you are actively refusing to pay that $3.5 million?
I'm not aware of that.
Not aware of that? There's an appeal in the federal court that not be paid.
Well, of course, as I understand it, and I'm not a lawyer, but I understand there are various levels of decision-making and appeals, and I'm sure sometimes organisations from both parties, whether that's the unions or the employers, want to exercise the full use of those processes.
So your evidence is essentially that we've got a legal process here which quarantines the government's responsibility to exercise due diligence on behalf of the public. Is that essentially your evidence?
Again, you're with greatest respect, and I am a seasoned witness person. That's your words.
Well, no, I must have misinterpreted the answer.
Yeah, I would say that, I have explained that I understand that obviously organisations generally would like, sometimes would like to explore those options. Sometimes they realise that they were, they needed to take it on the chin and move on, and other times people explore those because obviously for this organisation, they may want to take it further. But it's not for Transport for New South Wales to either get involved in telling them what to do or having an opinion, because obviously that's between the employer and the employee.
No, but you do have discretion as to who gets awarded contracts based on due diligence on the probity of a company and their industrial relations policies and whatnot. So presumably you have a degree of power to exercise. You don't have to award those contracts to that particular employer, do you?
I think the procurement process is pretty clear. We have a separate part of our organisation which deals with those matters.
Yes, and would part of that include due diligence on that company's credibility and industrial relations practices, or is not of concern?
I think obviously a lot of things are taken into account. I'm sure part of that is understanding their history and track record.
Okay, can I just take you to this this other arrangement with this particular company, which is starting to gather quite a reputation in this industry in terms of the two-tier arrangement that they've engineered in order to create two different classes of employees. I just want to take you to the employee information kit, which was given to Contract 6 bus services on the this is on the transition arrangement in 2018, and I think it's important that I quote it. It's only very brief. Terms and conditions of employment, section 4. The terms and conditions of the award that applied to you as an employee of State Transit immediately before the commencement date will be maintained during the employment guarantee period, brackets unless varied by consent, or longer where provided by law. If you have individual arrangements such as part-time working agreements and personal salaries, these will be recognised by transit systems.
I'm just going to ask, Chair, for clarity, the document that Mr. Buttigieg's reading from...
I'll table it.
Well, no. This is the issue, is that does Mr. Collins have access to it? Because you've made reference to it, and I'm not sure whether we've got a copy.
Well, I just said I'd table it.
No, yeah, I understand that, but you're about to ask him a question from it, and he hasn't been provided the document.
Well, if you think I'm lying about it, I'll table it.
No. I mean,
All right, order. I've heard enough. Is there going to be a question based on the understanding of that document? Do you think that Mr. Collins needs to see that before he answers, or are you going to read him the relevant
Collins
bit?
whether or not he wants to read it or not.
I think, my detailed knowledge is reasonable, but I think that detail certainly predates my work within Transport for New South Wales. I don't know whether Daniela
Would you like me to give it to you so you can read it, Mr. Collins?
I'm very happy to look at that document. Whether I can answer your question following sight of that document may be difficult. I might have to take on notice.
Chair, I'm just going to raise the next point of order, which is... how do we know the veracity of the document? I mean, you've said it's come from. How can you
It's
identify?
a Transport for New South Wales document.
Order. It's not.
You said it's
order.
Read, can't you?
Order. It is not a point of order. It is not a point of order. It is commentary. If we could please desist from making a point of order, unless there is something that is heinously wrong. Mr. Buttigieg, please continue.
I'll just have that document brought over to you so you can read it for yourself in case I was propagating some sort of fiction there.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. No.
Thank you very much.
We've got questions too.
See that paragraph that I've circled there?
There's one in a second, yep.
Yeah, you just give him some time to read it.
Well, I'm pointing him to the paragraph.
Sorry, order. I've had enough of it, okay? None of this talking across.
Okay, sorry, apologies, Chair. I'll go through.
Thank you.
Okay, yep, I've read it.
Okay, now, yesterday, I'm not sure if you were listening to the testimonials, Mr. Collins, but we had two bus drivers here who work the same routes, drive the same buses. One was Mr. Dennis, who is a legacy driver from the State Transit Authority, and was transferred into the Transit Systems West Service Proprietary Limited corporate entity. And the second was Mr. Palagis, who is a relatively new employee, who's employed by another corporate entity owned by Transit called Transit New South Wales Service Proprietary Limited. Now, essentially what's happened is that Mr. Dennis was the beneficiary of a copied state award, which was quarantined across.
Yep.
But by virtue of this corporate structure, Mr. Palagis was employed under another entity on a lower rate of pay. Now, we heard on evidence yesterday that Mr. Palagis was paid some $3 an hour less than Mr. Dennis for driving the same routes, driving the same buses, which we equated, given their average hours that they work per annum, was roughly $10,000 per year. So you've got this system where the New South Wales state government has a contract, and as a result, two classes of employees, one on $3 an hour less and the other one here, the legacy driver, on a higher rate of pay. So essentially what's happened is that Transit Systems, by virtue of a corporate structure, has been able to contract out of the obligations specified in that services transition arrangement. What's your response to that?
Well, I think we just need to go back and I don't know whether Ms Fontana will be able to provide a bit more information. Thank you very much. That the history of Region 6 was the fact that at the time of transfer, we were short of drivers. It wasn't some sort of scheme, I believe, that Transit Systems dreamt up. In fact, they were keen to have one award, but because they were short of drivers at the time, a significant shortage of drivers for the leaving to service commencement, a risk mitigation measure was put in place by Transit to ensure they could rapidly recruit people using the federal award system, and therefore they took on employees under different terms and conditions. And I think just to describe this, that a lot of the bus organisations work under the federal award system, and there are different terms and conditions for that. And then State Transit, over many years, had a different award system. Now, whilst, and I will get Ms Fontana to explain, whilst some of those things look like, obviously, State Transit had a better rate of pay, there are other things in the federal award where leave flexibility and other things were a benefit. And I think the situation at the moment is that Transit Systems are trying to get round the table and negotiate one award. I don't think that has come to a conclusion yet.
I'll just finish up. I'm just getting the wind up here, so just a quick follow-up. On the contrary, the relevant union, the RTBU and the TWU, are trying to get Transit Systems to sign a common instrument which would get everyone onto the same rates of pay and conditions, and Transit Systems are actively refusing.
They can't be very effective.
So you have a situation where the other companies are talking turkey and willing to sign this common instrument, but the same people who stole these people wages are refusing to sign that common instrument so that they can keep that two-tier system going. Are you not aware of this, Mr.
I certainly am. I'm aware of the situation that has yet.
And you condone that behaviour?
On a second.
Point of order. We will let the witness finish.
If I could finish.
That's verbaling the witness.
I'll finish, and I great respect. I know you're short of time, and I'll try and be as quick as possible.
We've given him plenty of time.
There are some awards which have been agreed. That is true between the transfer. This one hasn't been agreed, despite attempts on both sides. And I understand that there is a view that the unions want all of the benefits of both awards and none of the disbenefits. I understand you'd go for that, but the business has got to work out whether that's able to be offered and afforded. And I think that's the situation we're in at Region 6.
Well, $10,000 wage differential is pretty significant.
I think it's just me explain that. There are some real great terms and conditions in STA. It's not just about headline wage figures.
Right.
There's other bonuses and other attendance figures, but there are also some benefits that the TWU have negotiated in the past. So it's a case of understanding what that means in a one agreement situation.
Chair, I'm just noticing there's only 10 minutes left of this hearing.
Thank you. Okay. Please go ahead, Mr. Mallard.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for coming today, and thank you for your detailed submission and addressing the terms of reference. We appreciate that. I want to just drill down on the nub of this, and the questioning for the last period sort of points it out, is that there's a dispute where I don't think we'll ever agree between some members of Parliament and unions about privatisation or franchising model, and that's pretty much the nub of this debate that we're at. I just want to look at, and I raised it before yesterday and I raised it again today earlier, the issue of areas of the metropolitan area that have never had government provided bus services. And you provided for us helpfully page 4 of your submission, bus region operators, 15 regions. Now, I'm from Penrith. We've never ever had government buses in Penrith. It was old Boss and Jacks, and now it's Busways. And I now live in the Blue Mountains, and that's also not had government buses, I understand, although I see some government buses up there, but they're apparently recycled buses. So could you just point out in those 15 regions which ones are formerly STA regions, because it's not clear to me which ones are,
Sure.
And then what I'm getting at here is, and I made the point earlier to the Labor members of Parliament who gave evidence, we had no submissions from any Labor members of Parliament in Western Sydney about the services they're provided with. So I'm just trying to get to the bottom line of why are there issues, allegedly, from the services where the private sector has taken over government services and not in Penrith, not in Campbelltown, not in the Blue Mountains. You know, we haven't had complaints to our inquiry about private service providers. So can you first of all identify those that were government ones that help?
I certainly will do that. And I'll probably hand over to Ms Fontano, who obviously still works for SDA and is aware of which regions were former state operated and which regions weren't. Daniela?
That's basically 7, 8 and 9, which are the ones that have just been franchised, were State Transit. Region 6, which we've just spoken about, was previous State Transit Authority. All of those other areas that you've just described, out Penrith, all of those out of areas have never been State Transit.
Only 4 out of the 11 regions.
And the Newcastle region also was previously State Transit Authority.
Okay.
And Region 6.
So how do you explain then, and you might want to think carefully about your answer, I guess, but how would you explain then that this inquiry has been presented with evidence that there's all these transitional problems or contract problems, yet it's the same principal contracts, correct me if I'm wrong, the same principal contracts, same service agreements, same controls over what's going on in terms of routes and bus stops and all that in all the regions? That's consistent, generally consistent?
Yep.
Why are we getting this distorted situation? That's where the government used to run it. Now it's a problem.
Well, that's a very good question, because it is exactly the same principle, and as I think we've heard throughout this inquiry, it's not new. The franchising model has been around for decades. In actual fact, I started my career with the Boz and Jacks.
Oh, did you?
30 years ago.
What was his name? Rob Boz and Jack?
I have, in fact...
Working when you were 5 years old, Ms Fontana.
So I have worked both in private sector and have the pleasure of working with State Transit Authority for many years also. So yes, the principles are exactly the same, and as we've said previously, the government does retain control of routes, retains control of fare structure, and many other things. So
even in Penrith, where you've never ever had government buses.
Correct. Correct. It's exactly the same.
That goes to the next question I had to ask around was, the other areas of government, we're always having to remix and change things. Education's a classic example. When we have inquiries, 2,000 schools have been closed in the history of the state government. Right? They're constantly moving the mix where schools are. It must be the same with transport. It must be a regular thing for all these different operators to come to you with new ideas for services or to amalgamate or change bus stops. It's not uncommon. We're hearing it's only happening in the government franchise ones, these 4. But it must be happening across the board all the time.
Absolutely right. Operators in other regions do come forth with proposals to improve the customer experience. It's not just a state transit thing. It is very common for private operators to put forward proposals and changes to Transport for New South Wales. No different to what I would have done as a state transit employee, is put forward suggestions and changes to our colleagues at Transport for New South Wales. The exact thing happens with private operators. So, yes, that's correct.
Okay.
It's
my last
the same
question,
principle.
and the Chair asked quite a lot of detailed questions around your customer satisfaction surveys. That applies across all of the 15 regions?
Correct.
Correct.
Same standard of testing and so. Do you have, would you have a comment on the customers' feedback surveys between the different regions, and particularly the former government ones and the lifelong private sector ones?
Well, I think customer satisfaction score across all of the regions across metropolitan Sydney was 92%.
Yeah.
State Transit Authority, we scored 94% in the last survey. So yes, overall.
The 92 across and 94 in the government area.
Across the
a little bit
whole
higher.
metropolitan Sydney, with all operators included in those surveys, it was 92%. So a very healthy score across the board, and an excellent score from State Transit Authority of 94%, which is our highest that we've ever had.
Okay.
And it is, true to say, I think we're very proud of all the state transit operators, and to the very last day they operated professionally. What is interesting in the industry is if you go amongst the management team, supervisors, they're still former State Transit Authority members. They're working in the private sector, in franchised operators, as well as bringing on some new skills as well. And I do have sympathy for drivers who feel they're on a, what some people call a sort of two-speed sort of salary. We worked hard to protect those state authority members and make sure that they didn't suffer, through the transition. That was very important. But I think there are things we want to modernise the EBAs. I mean, one of the ones which I find still under the STA was that your roster was awarded on seniority of service, which favoured men as opposed to women, because most men started driving 30 years ago and new women were starting but got the crumbs of the rostering. That was the STA award. And I think both Daniela and myself felt that hurt, and we're certainly encouraging, as some of the private franchise have done, is to modernise those awards and offer it in a fair and more consistent way.
Could I just ask a quick question? Oh, I'm sorry.
No.
Thank you. I will ask it.
Power.
Sure. Okay. Let me just ask.
And Mr. Rath has.
Oh, sorry. And take it on notice if it's going to be too long, so that we do get that question in from Mr. Rath as well. But there was a lot of talk earlier about the accessibility requirements and standards. And I know in your opening statement you addressed this. Under each of the contracts, my understanding is that the operator is required to come up with their own accessibility plan. Does Transport for New South Wales do anything to ensure that those plans are in line with what a government entity would have to?
Absolutely, and it's actually written in their KPIs. I mean, obviously, government supports one of the things which improves accessibility is the procurement of new vehicles, because new vehicles are designed with greater accessibility rather than some of the older vehicles over 20 years old.
And I don't think there's a debate about the vehicle procurement.
So
I think it's more about all the other sort of aspects.
Yeah, I think it's true to say both STA and the private operators have worked very hard to get past 90% of fully accessible vehicles. And over the next few years, particularly the advantage of electrification means that we will change out all those old vehicles and end up with a modern, fully accessible fleet.
But in terms of, sorry, again, that's very much focused on physical accessibility.
Yep.
But when we also come to things like making sure that we have, sorry?
Routes go past facilities and that, you mean?
Yeah, making sure that we have people who, I guess, people with a disability have a greater need than many to have very consistent, reliable services, and to ensure that the bus stops themselves are accessible, that there's that the connections between things when they're going on, multi trips, that they're not having to go for a long distance between different buses. How is all of that caught within these private operators' KPIs as well?
As I explained earlier, certainly in terms of the timetable, the route planning, the service provision, that's still retained very much so within our planning team within Transport for New South Wales. As Daniela explained, we're often listening to operators which give us feedback on what they see and hear, but certainly that intention of ensuring reliability of services, high-frequency buses, good interchange, good lighting, bus stops, onboard features within the bus to assist people with, with needs, hearing needs or sight vision, all part of that process, and that's all built into these franchise contracts.
Thank you, Mr. Rath.
Sure. I just wanted to go back to the table on page 4 that Mr. Mallard pointed you to. So of the 15 different regions, are all 15 negotiated with the employment contracts negotiated between the trade unions and the government?
No, the contracts regarding employment is through the employer, which is obviously these private bus operators or the bus operators listed here, and the employees. Traditionally, what's happened is majority of those have been with the TWU under federal, and historically, and I don't know why, but certainly historically, the STA have been under RTBU and part of obviously a different state award as opposed to federal. And that's really why you ended up where the unions either were one for the private sector and one for the public. Now there's a mixture of the two, obviously, where we've got state transit employees protected under those conditions and new employees who've joined since the franchise operation, which tend to be TWU members.
And would you say that the rate of union members or the percentage of the workforce in, say, Region 9 would be higher than, say, in 1 and 2?
I can't tell you that. I have no idea. We know generally public sector organisations have a higher rate of employee union membership. There's nothing wrong with that. I think unions do a great job in many respects in supporting employees.
Parliament for them.
But I do think I would be unable to provide that information.
Would you be able to take that on notice?
I don't think that is available. It is important, I think, to recognise that employees have the right to privacy about their memberships and who they belong to, and I think both sides would respect that. But we understand that most, if not all, companies do have a collective bargaining arrangement and carry out annual awards and discussions about terms and conditions on a regular basis for most, if not all, of these companies.
And the zero emissions buses, an excellent idea. And as you know, this government's committed to net zero by 2050 and 50% reductions by 2030, leading the Federation in that regard. I think they're in 7, 8 and 9. Was that regions? That they're going to be rolling out? 6, 7, 8?
6, 7, 8 and 9. We have, I think, 54 at the moment, heading to well over 100 by mid this year. And we're obviously putting forward a strategic business case and a submission to government for the conversion of all vehicles in the metropolitan area over a 10 to 15 year period for Sydney
That's
buses.
Replacement, not conversion.
Replacement, yes. And I think, there was, a real commitment to say that we don't want to buy a single new diesel bus. No. Whilst they operate under great Euro 6 conditions, I think we all, and the benefits that not only customers ride them, but also the local residents who get a much quieter experience when the vehicles are going by, or when the driver's having his meal break or her meal break. We used to get lots of complaints about people leaving the diesel bus running to keep the air conditioning going. It's pretty silent nowadays.
Excellent.
Very good.
A final question from Mr. Buttigieg.
Just by a bit of context on some of that earlier questioning, those 3 or 4 that recently got privatised, is it true to say that they accounted for the vast bulk of daily Sydney services? Some 70%, I think, those routes, weren't they? Is that right?
Majority. Metropolitan, yes.
They're the big areas, eastern suburbs, inner west. Yeah, that's true.
Thanks.
Did you have a final question, Mr. Fang, or are you okay?
Look, I do, but, given the time and Mr. Collins and Ms. Fontana's, amazing time that they've given up today, I'll let it go. I'll put it on notice if I need to. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much for both of you for coming along, and I do.
Be back.
And I was genuine when I said I do enjoy listening to you speak, Mr. Collins. Your knowledge on these topics is impressive. Thank you both, and to the extent there were questions taken on notice, 21 days in the usual manner. Thank you. Thanks. That concludes today's hearing. We'll have a short deliberative.